indeed.
Thank you, thank you.
Listen, I'm about to be in a food coma because I stuffed myself with
Yep.
Chinese food.
Real quick before we do that, uh, the link, I cannot remember where it gets put. I'm trying to find it and I don't know where it gets posted. I was looking in pinned, but all the channels say they don't have any pinned messages. Okay.
Well, you just
Mr. Editor, I'm here. I brought hot coffee for everybody and some ice cream. I don't know why they're calling it by a different name. They're cones, but apparently drumsticks is a famous thing. I didn't get you any, but I figured, that's fine. You make more than the rest of us, and we do have that pizza party coming up after annual reviews. Naturally. I will be speaking with the representative. Gentlemen, we are all victims. I want you to remember that.
Yep.
is is this how the Disney illustrators that hide sexual things in the background feel?
Yes.
Excuse me.
Goodness gracious. Well, I'm sure you guys have all seen the hashtag that's been on social media lately. Uh, Hashtag continue the legacy. Apparently, the decision or the attempt to retcon legacy got leaked to the press, and people were not too happy about a potentially sexist reason to reboot continuity. So I've had a wonderful week with Eddie the Penciler. The last episode or the last issue was a wonderful uh, session where he had a talk with his daughter about starting to train her, and her powers, including a wonderful two-page splash. I hope you guys see it. It's on social media. It's everywhere. By the way, call Eddie and wish him happy birthday. Yeah. Well, that she discovered that technically like a couple weeks ago in the comic books, but it was brought up again because now she actually can do it on purpose.
No, he had some strange, weird dreams. We was trying to capture the same feeling as that one. I can't really call them by their company name because of copyright, but it rhymes with EC. So, anyways, a certain one of their books, weird, dreamy, introspective. We can easily do action, but come on, everyone, action gets a little boring. Let's get something, some character growth, and we're actually debating on keeping whether or not for the suit to keep talking. Yeah.
Had a hell of a time swerving after previous issues, considering where the crossover is at. I did the thing with the we're in a flashback process, as diligent readers are aware. Ryan found out who's been putting the squeeze on him and making his civilian life difficult. Turns out a very wealthy mogul who was a real estate agent once upon a time. And voila! Do you remember Ryan? Do you remember Jeff from your college days? Your dorm mate down across the. Mhm. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Oh, let me reply to zombie. Right. Got it.
Got it.
Sure thing.
You do that.
Well,
Okay, who the
He's
fuck
been
is
talking to
Tibbles?
McDougalson, hasn't he?
Office cat.
can I call in sick?
Not till we're done with this meeting.
Ah,
Yeah, if you sneak out now and he comes back in, we're all dead shit.
man.
Tibbles is the office cat. Poor thing's, I think, like almost 20 years old, blind as a fucking bat.
I mean, listen, we'll slip him some Percocet. He'll be fine. Mm.
Right. I'll just stay out his way. It doesn't so he doesn't look at me. Okay. Anyway, where were we?
Yeah. Evil old roommate or dorm mate, same thing. But yeah, so turns out this was the forgotten rival who always felt inferior back when Ryan was living a normal life. So that happened. Man made it big afterwards, where Ryan's life took a desperate swerve into tragic hero territory. This man made a lot of money and has been putting on the squeeze on him since he came out of the icebox. So, yeah, flashback sequences. Um, and that's how I'm keeping that going, at least until this crossover is done. Especially since we're going to the jungle now. Did I hear him right? I mean, true, but oh,
Now it's
okay,
a super jungle.
yeah, sure. Temple of the Golden Monkey or whatever. Yeah, absolutely. Bring it. Mm. Right. I was going for the kids show, but yeah, no, absolutely. I'll stay away from that.
Well, Wraith's been dealing with basically a lot of stuff on the civilian side. Been a little bit of rival companies trying to undercut business she had because she came out as the Wraith. So she's been dealing with press conferences, a little bit of, espionage, all the fun stuff. Yeah.
Unity has to deal with the pressures of maintaining a work and life balance, especially now that she's getting back involved with the Big Five, and how it's putting a strain on her civilian relationships. To the backdrop of a psychedelic disco nightmare. Yes, the one that the what's her face took with her.
None of my voice at all. All right. Well, at least we got one side of the conversation all squared away. That's good, I guess.
So you can edit that in post.
Yeah, sure I can.
Just add in the whole 8-minute diatribe you had with yourself. And
Listen here, Hugh. So anyway,
Are we still recording?
we are all right.
Okay.
Now, we're gonna switch over to that particular scene. I think that's a great place to start with. So, Unity, having gotten yourself kind of caught in the moment of trying to study this thing, you didn't really have a whole lot of time. You wound up handing it over to the visionary, who said that she would take a look, try to get an idea of what exactly you're dealing with. And we're going to give this one a couple of days. You guys don't immediately fly out to Insula Primalis. All of your books have your own individual stories, after all. So there is time. But in this instance, Visionary comes to you, Unity, and brings the shard back with her. It's still in the case that you created for it. And she, comes into your workshop, kind of uninvited, but it's Visionary. What are you gonna do? And that's the opening sort of spread. There is her appearing in the doorway with this thing hovering above her hand. Unity, I think I've hit about all that I can when it comes to studying this thing, at least for now. Anthony and I both feel like there is power here, but I don't think there's any issue with you studying it. Between the two of us, it feels like it's safe, at least as far as safe as anything from the void can be. And we know that you'll take proper precautions when handling it. Unless, of course, you'd like for us to hold on to it further. Did we lose Unity?
Oh, of course.
So yeah, she lets it drift over to your hands, lets you catch it or take it. I'd hold on to it though. Don't leave it lying around. Don't leave it in the lab. Just keep it on or near you. Just because it is something that's not unstable, but we don't want people to get a hold of it. It's just better off if you have it. Plus, you're
Won't
surrounded
leave my
by.
side.
Oh, what was that?
I won't leave my side.
Good. All right then. I'm going to return back to the tree. Just give the team my best. And with that, she leaves. Which takes us now to the next scene, which is the actual planning stages for this particular mission. You guys are headed out to Insula Primalis. It is a dangerous territory, rife with all manner of nasty beasties. Give me a second here. I'm just going to give you a brief description of it so you guys know what you're dealing with. This is stuff that all of your characters would in fact know, because all of you have been here at least once. Insula Primalis is a large island in the Arctic Circle, heated by an active volcano and populated by prehistoric fauna and flora. Insula Primalis is the site of many confrontations in the comics universe. It is the former home of the citizens of the Sun. Citizen Dawn and her superpowered followers left their base there long ago. Since OblivAeon, the island has been more dangerous than ever, with trees coming to life and the land itself shifting. Up until this point, though, any attempts to discern what is the cause of this change in the environment has come back with zero results. As a matter of fact, it's one of the reasons why Tempest, the person that you're going there to find, went out there in the first place, was to try to determine why the territory is shifting and changing like it is.
These Sun people, remind me, were they a cult?
No, they were a superpowered organization. A superpowered organization that was focused on superpowered individuals first. So Citizen Dawn was very much of those with powers are the next stage in human evolution.
Cult.
Close, militarized cult. Citizen Dawn was incredibly powerful, incredibly charismatic, but they used that as a base for their operations. After that, when they left, Baron Blade, Legacy, your former villainous arch nemesis, took over the territory, made use of their base for his own purposes, where he would then perform experiments on the local fauna and flora, as well as just using it as a general hideout and base of operations. He also left that behind, especially after the OblivAeon Crisis, where he was killed by OblivAeon. So that is where we're at right now. Like that is where Insula Primalis is. It is uninhabited, as far as anybody knows. There's just strange things going on with the natural environment.
What's communication like to and from the island?
It doesn't really exist unless you're using the leftover remains of various sites that are there. Inside of it, your radio frequencies, like headsets, communication devices, will work just fine. It's just there's nobody out there to establish a comm link. It's in Antarctica, which makes it that much more difficult and isolated to even get a signal out there.
Okay, so it's less there's something preventing outside communications and more there's just nothing in range to pick up the communications.
Exactly.
Besides short range.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no interference. It's just nothing out there.
Is there any like imagery, like I guess maps, like that people have drawn, or anything like satellites that satellite imagery that we could see?
Yes, as a matter of fact, Wraith, you have access to some of that. Bunker, you do too. The pair of you have access to satellite imagery of the area. And now, because it is highly volcanic and the ground itself is constantly shifting as a result of the volcanic activity, getting an idea of exactly what the terrain looks like is difficult, but you have an idea of the scope of the area. So you know how big it is, you know where areas that had been used by the citizens of the sun are located. You do know that there's an airfield base that they had used for obvious purposes, takeoff and landings, or an airstrip. There's a rather large lagoon, which is bigger than some of the other smaller ones that are located there as well. There's also a couple of other areas that haven't really changed, but the rest of it, again, because of the nature of the territory, you can't count on anything to be consistent. Any other questions?
How many dinosaurs were there?
A lot.
There wouldn't happen to be an aviarium there, would there? That we might have to traverse towards the end of this issue?
No.
Okay.
No, but there are pterodactyls there, and actually, give me you absolute zero. Give me something on this one, just for the fun of it.
Sure.
Go ahead and give me a, because this is personal experience. So this is more about just remembering it. Go ahead and give me intuition, and then something that, a quality of your choice that you feel works here.
Sure. I'm just watching out for legal,
There is one thing that like you make the joke, but you actually think about it and you're like, there was something there. You recall the pterodactyls there were aggressive, not necessarily for the purposes of just meat, but also taking things. For whatever purposes, they behaved a little bit more like magpies, big, leathery magpies. And
right, we're gonna want to make sure we keep a hold on all our stuff. Do not leave your belongings unattended. Treat this like the airport. Should be fine.
Speaking of treating things like an airport, there's an airfield. If there's nobody out there, whatever vehicle we go in on, is it safe to leave by itself?
Unity, do you see any hangars on the satellite imagery? As long as we can store something somewhere.
There are some structures that might be hangars, but I can't tell from this image alone.
We'll have to figure that out when we get there, I think. But yeah, no leaving things unattended unless it happens to be a big-ass plane, because pterodactyls. They'll snatch it.
I mean,
Watch your
going
keys,
in on a
watch your
plane even
phones.
The best idea.
Yeah. Maybe they have some technology that allows dinos to hear something at a frequency that's annoying and keeps them away. Who knows?
And you are all aware, again, you, Legacy, more than anybody else, that Baron Blade did perform experiments on the dinosaurs there. So it is possible that there are things that either A, keep the dinosaurs away, there's possibly enhanced dinosaurs, something that, he would have done. To give a little bit of a synopsis on what kind of technology you may be looking at here, if you do involve yourself with dinosaurs that, or come across that sort of situation, Legacy, Baron Blade is the type of man who was a mad scientist with an ego to match. It eclipsed many things, including his common sense. Baron Blade was the man who would, as you recall, in the one of the biggest things that he ever did was try to pull the moon out of orbit to crush Earth to kill you. No questions asked, no consideration of what would happen to him in the event that this happened. All of it was done with the purpose of killing you. He's not a man that had a lot of foresight. Or he had a lot of foresight, but only in as far as his plans were concerned in the moment for success. Not so much how this will affect me 10, 20 years down the road.
What issue was this? I need to read it.
Oh yeah, it's actually one of the very first Legacy comics. You got to bounce back there. Hit up the records later.
Yeah. All right.
It was also the first annual, so it was the first time the Freedom 5 assembled.
About a month after that came out, there was that educational video that explained what would happen if the moon actually did attempt to crash into the Earth, and it made his plans look even stupider.
I remember seeing that. Okay.
Well, I mean, the trouble is that it's easy to explain it when you've only got one moon. I mean, we got, 11? So, anyway, proceed.
Right. So, any preparations we need to make before we head out, or?
I still think we should have some kind of a backup plan to keep the plane safe while we're out and about.
I mean,
Unity,
I don't
is
think
there
we'll be
something
able to-
you could build, like a robot to just monitor it, potentially fight back if something attacks it?
I'll give you the materials if you promise not to tear any more pieces of my stuff.
Well, I could set up like a turret of some kind, or maybe even a cloaking device.
Oh,
I
could
say
be good.
I say cloaking device.
But big man, if you're really after a backup solution to how the heck do we leave, I recommend a satellite phone.
Which,
Or
Bunker...
Wraith's got one.
Yeah, Wraith's got one, and Bunker, you've got one built into your suit.
Does it have a catchy jingle as the ringtone?
Absolutely.
Yes, of course.
It's the Freedom 5 theme. But in universe the theme doesn't exist, so it's just her ringtone. It just happens to be the Freedom 5 theme.
So it's not Kirby Paint and Tile Plus?
No. But yeah, so with that, I'm going to go ahead and do one round robin with everybody. Again, ask if there are any preparations you'd like to make. The only person that this really doesn't need to apply to too much is Bunker. Bunker, as a reminder, one of your principles is the principle of the tactician. So at any point you can use, for an overcome purpose, you can flash back to this portion of the meeting or this time period and kind of hand wave within reason, having something prepared for the particular situation with the overcome action. Again, it has to be within reason, but you can do that.
Okay.
And can I use principal the detective to look for kind of the not safe exactly, but the landing point with the least immediate combat or immediate, enemies around?
You could, yeah. You give me that overcome action with for principal the detective. I'm also going to go ahead and ask then for everybody else, just as a reminder that this is a search and possible rescue. This is a possible search and rescue mission to find Tempest.
Can I boost that overcome action before it's rolled?
Yes.
I would like to boost it using as much that I remember about the environment given Blade's presence there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you were also there for the Citizens of the Sun. Like you out of everybody have probably been there more than just about anybody at this table.
So I'll fill as many blanks as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So go
to try and
you give me the boost
that.
roll then. Yeah.
So okay. So I'm assuming history. History, well, it's still a D8, so I don't know if it really matters for history versus America's Finest. I don't know if any of my powers apply here.
Let me take a look real quick. Probably not. I will go ahead and let you use. I think this one time I'll go ahead and say just use the D4. I try not to, but
Yeah.
try to use the D4 in this one just because you don't have anything for it, and then go ahead and give us the roll. And this is a boost. Unless you hit a negative or a 0, you're gonna give him a plus something. Okay, +1.
My 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 dice rolls are consistent.
All right, so Wraith, you have a +1 on this roll. Go ahead and
Gonna
give me
use
that.
for gadgets and investigation.
Okay.
+1.
All right, so that's 9 total. That is a sizable overcome. That's an overcome with no twists. So the best that you can triangulate, looking at the map and working under the assumption that the territory hasn't shifted too terribly much, the landing strip is a good option, but the lagoon, if you use the Freedom 5 helichopper, the basically a drop ship. If you use that, you could land by the lagoon. And if you landed by the lagoon, that puts you within about a half-mile radius of all of the major points of interest. It's just a matter of having the appropriate ship to get you there. So you wouldn't be able to take the jet, but you would be able to get there and land if you took, like I said, the drop ship instead.
Okay. So yeah, guys. So we can either take the jet, take the landing strip, just like you guys suggested before. It'll be probably a little bit faster. But if you wanted something that's a little closer to everything else, especially within, a good equidistance for everything, we're gonna need to use the helichopper. No, you guys like that one, but we're gonna look to land in the lagoon instead.
Sorry, did you say in the lagoon?
In the lagoon.
Then
I
wouldn't
know you
we
love swimming.
get a pontoon plane for that?
It in the lagoon, as in a geographical sense, not actually in
Ah.
the water.
I was actually legit thinking like the little planes with the little, floaties on the bottom.
Yeah,
All right, at the lagoon. Okay, yeah,
At
we
the
can make
lagoon,
that
yeah.
work.
yeah. It was just because you cannot land an airplane in that area because there's no landing
Ah,
strip.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
which
can
one do you
try,
guys
but it would
prefer?
probably not end well.
I'm impartial.
Sounds like as good a place as any to land.
Sounds agreeable.
Okay.
Okay.
I have no issues.
Looks like the lagoon it is.
All right. So, Legacy, theoretically, you can fly. You could fly there if you wanted to, or get out of the ship mid-flight when you get there. It's still in Antarctica. It's a hell of a trip. So, plans laid. You guys make your way to Antarctica. Of course, this
Sure,
being
Oh, hold
everybody's
up.
packing for the cold.
what was that?
I thought
Make
we
sure
were
everybody's
going
packing.
round table for preparation.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I apologize. I got mixed up in there on that one. So let's go ahead and continue that before we go any further. Thank you very much. So Wraith, good job. Legacy, you're trying your best. Absolute zero. Absolute zero. Preparation for you.
Gonna go find Dr. Stinson.
Mm-hmm.
Have her patch up the suit because last issue was no joke. Yeah, everybody go read last issue. It was a good void if broken. But yeah, no, gonna go look up good old Tachyon, get that fixed. See if she can build me in a compass if I don't already have one.
Mm-hmm.
Built-in thing, so there's no chance of losing it. And I'm gonna pack the usual, in a backpack. But I'm also going to buy a number of spools of not thread, but like nylon cord,
Okay.
like 4 or 5 spools worth to put in the pack.
I would actually say if you do that, Tachyon would have stuff like carbon fiber or carbon filament laying around.
Yeah, I mean, if it's like the really thin rope, if carbon fiber, polypropylene, whatever, it'll work.
Yeah, something.
Just make sure it's not expired.
So she, as she's fixing up your suit, she's hyper focused, but she's one of the people that, because you kind of have to go to her often, the back and forth there exists, and I would say, at least on her end, she feels that there's at least some kind of camaraderie, just because she's your patch job person. So she's talking away. She does actually apologize too. I'm just kind of caught up here in the lab. I mean, between
No, I understand. You got stuff you got to take care of here. It's fine.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's that, and also the wedding. By the way, did you get the invitation to the wedding?
I've been locked out of my apartment. The whole rent situation. I find out an old college roommate of mine is putting the squeeze on me. I will find the invitation. I am coming.
Okay, good. Yeah, I mean, it's not a huge deal. Like, you don't have to RSVP. I mean, I can always just run over to your house and find you and, confirm. But still, it's nice to know that you have it, because you're going to hold on to it in a scrapbook, right? Because I know you like scrapbooking. And she is off to the races.
He just kind of grits his teeth and bears it. This is something he's had to deal with her ever since he accepted the offer to let him out of the icebox.
Yeah, she's joking. She's like, not scrapping. She knows she's like, oh, you artist, your artist soul, I know screams about scrapbooking. But anyway, like, so she loads you up. She actually does manage to get your suit fitted with a compass program, though she does warn you that in the event of like an EMP blast or something like that, you can't count on it. The rest of your suit is fine against that kind of stuff, but anything that requires a magnet, like, electronic magnet.
This is surface level for me to reference, and because of that, it's not insulated. Yeah. I gotcha. Yeah.
So just be careful, especially down there. Baron Blade's got a bunch of his, junk left over from down there. By the way, if you see anything interesting, make sure to pick it up for me. All right. I mean, I wanna try to
I'll try. I mean, you know how these things go. Middle of the jungle in the Antarctic, and pack always gets lost. You've seen films. Speaking of the thread you got over there, can I get 3 or 4 spools of that?
Oh, this? Yeah, sure, no problem. Just make sure you tie it down properly, because if it comes loose and it snaps, it's gonna do some damage.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm counting on it.
And she looks over. She gives you kind of a look. She's like, "Oh, I gotcha. Okay, well, here you go." She
takes it away, and he goes to meet the others.
Loads you up. So you have about 3 or 4 of these. I'll say it's enough for if I think you're doing what I think you're doing. I would say there's enough there for maybe 2 or 3, depending on the size or the amount that you use.
Gotcha.
So
okay, yeah, I think we're on the same track there.
Yeah. So bunker. Any preparations for you that you want to kind of declare right now? Like I said, you don't have to do this because your principal kind of allows you to just hand wave a lot of this, but is there anything you would like to do right now? Also, make sure everybody is at full health. You've had 3 days, you're back to full health.
Right now, not really. He's already prepared because he knows it's both hot and cold here. So he has gear for warm weather, gear for cold weather, gear for medium, weird in between seasonal weather. He has a few survival gadgets, a few personal pistols, weapons.
Okay.
A few possible ways to deal with dinosaurs non-threateningly and shoot to kill.
Yeah.
He's all right.
Yeah, it's the thing about Insula Primalis is that while a person may go there and say, I don't want to kill them because, again, these are dinosaurs, they're extinct everywhere else, this is the only place they live, there's a lot of them.
Yes.
There's a lot of them.
Are meat eaters.
And they will kill you.
Who you are. Exactly. That's why he's like, do I take the ones that emit beams? Do I take a missile launcher? Maybe a flamethrower would be bad.
Yeah, you think
I'll just take that.
You think back to the time when you went with the rest of the crew to deal with the citizens of the sun, and you remember the daughter of the citizens of the sun, or the daughter of Citizen Sun. She went with you. She is a gun nut. And you just kind of have a flashback moment to when she launched a rocket launcher at a pterodactyl. Like, You're like, yeah, there's plenty of pterodactyls out there. It'll be fine if I have to take down one or two of them.
Yeah. He makes sure to bring plenty of ammo for that missile launcher.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe I can't remember her name. Now I feel really bad. Anyway, continue. Unity, how about you? What is Unity's preparation looking like?
Unity will load a bunch of scanning or sensory equipment. Maybe a couple of drones so that they can get a layout or the ability to scout ahead.
Okay.
And a specialty carrying case for the shard with really tightly cinched straps so it won't catch onto a branch or something like that.
Okay. If you'd like to, you can go ahead and do 1 minion creation.
Using robotic technology since I'm in my lab at this point.
6. That's not too bad at all. Yes. So that is a... Give me just a second here. Oh, we gotta, delete those. That would be a D6. D6 minion. Or would that be D8? Oh, shoot. I always get them confused. That's the only thing that I have trouble remembering is the minion size table. Give me just a second. There you are. 6 no boosts, right?
Sure.
I mean, on your roll. You didn't have any boosts on your roll?
Correct.
Okay, so it's actually a D8. I apologize.
Okay, and I'm going to build it to be a booster.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, 4 to 7 is a D8. So, okay, so with that...
Real quick.
Yep.
When can I apply a minion form?
You have to expend a boost to do that.
Okay.
Yep.
When creating?
When creating.
Okay.
Yep. So that's they're laid out in terms of size. Autonomous, floating, and I believe pack all require only one. Oh wait, no. So autonomous, floating require a +1 bonus or higher to expend. You can't use it on the dice roll. You have to have it and then say I'm expending this boost to also give it this ability. Let me see here. Pack, explosive, or reinforced is a +2. Swift is swift, stealth, and harsh is a +3, and turret and champion is a +4. So that's why it's good to boost Unity, because Unity can then use that to create more interesting robots, folks. Just going forward, not just bigger robots, but also change their forms and have them do more than just beep boop 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 bop. Okay. That also goes for you, Unity. Boosting yourself too will help with that. Any boost that you have on you, you can expend for that purpose. All right.
And would I boost afterwards, or would they be used up?
They'd be used up, even if they're persistent or exclusive.
Okay.
Yep. The only time I would say that can't work is if it's a group boost like Legacies, where it lasts until the start of his turn, because that is a general kind of area thing. It's not specifically granted to you as a person. So it has to be a direct boost given to you that you attach to yourself. All right. And with that, I think we're all set. Everybody should be at full health, and you are off and on your way. The trip out to Insula Primalis is without incident. It's a long trip because you are flying into the heart of the Arctic Circle, but thankfully the temperature is comfortable throughout. None of you have to put on any of your winter gear while you're flying, except maybe Legacy if he decided that he wanted to get out and fly alongside the ship. But even then, he's fairly resistant to environmental hazards. So, at least things like extreme cold. If it gets too cold, then maybe not. But right now, he's fine. But as you arrive in Insula Primalis, you said you're going to touch down at the lagoon.
Yes.
All right, give me just a second here. So we can flip to the page and get started on the actual situation here. As the ship lands, you find yourselves in a sweltering territory. The jungles are thick around you. The underbrush does not provide much in the way of visibility, but towering above the huge verdure, seen from just about anywhere, is the incredible volcano that heats the entire area. All of you know that this volcano is volatile. It has in the past gone off without any warning at all. And when it does, it is always violent. Just rivers of lava flow everywhere. It deals massive damage when it happens, and while it can be controlled and contained, it's an erupting volcano, and it is very dangerous. Next. Give me a moment here. So,
How's the volcano looking?
smoking.
Does it typically look smoking, or does it look more active than usual?
It looks like it normally does all the time. When it's not erupting, it looks like this. It is always smoking. It always looks like it's primed to erupt.
As we're about to put in, Ryan kind of turns to everybody else. Now remember, folks, how do we thank Absolute Zero for air conditioning? I wanna hear it. Come on.
Thank
That
you.
you're
Thanks,
AC.
Zero.
you're a cool dude.
Pretty chill.
I
I'd say.
appreciate the fun.
Can't open the window at 30,000 feet.
So
I meant on the island too, big man.
as you
Unless you're really trusting those little hand fans to do the trick.
also the bug spray, you're gonna want bugs.
Yep. I was just about to say.
Heavy.
Hey, everybody, come here. Come here. I got the spray. Giant mosquitoes are no joke.
Like, is he reaching into a pack and pulling out just like a bunch of like garlic snacks? Eat these as well. Garlic will tear the mosquitoes.
Wraith can't have any of those. She's a vampire.
Excuse you.
I don't know. It's your whole aesthetic, ain't it?
What do you mean? I'm just a sneaky little woman. You know, just sneaky.
There's a moment where as he brings that up, Wraith, you remember the reason you took the name in the first place. Your father told you that if you're ever afraid of the dark, to be scarier than the darkness. And what's scarier than the darkness? A ghost, a wraith. And then you think to yourself as you're stepping out into this tropical area with all of the heavy trees and verdure, the erupting volcano, you think to yourself, I wonder if my dad is currently on a tropical beach somewhere, because that is also where he and your mom went off to when they just dumped the entire corporation into your lap and said, well, we're off to see the world. Thankfully, they do send postcards. They are, in fact, involved in your life. They're just like, we're done with this corporate thing. We're just going to live our retirement.
I was gonna say, yeah.
So
Calling it now, they're somewhere on this island.
So with that, as you all pile out, you take a quick look around the area. You get the sounds of Insula Primalis, the low rumble of the volcano that underpins everything, the sound of various dinosaurs and other creatures moving around from varying distances from the lagoon you're in, the slow sloshing sound of the water in the lagoon, which is nice and cool by comparison to the rest. You can also hear other things, things that may be giant plants that are responding to new movement. There's also very possibly the sound of mechanical things going on. After all, there are defenses that were put in place as a result of two major supervillains having lived here at some point. There's a lot of sounds. There's a lot of things that are going to be picked up, and exploration of the area is going to be dangerous and difficult. So the first thing that we're going to do is we kick into the scene, because we are opening with a scene. Give me a second here. Is ask what everybody is going to be doing on their first turn. The initiative order includes the environment in this case. And I'm going to say, given the circumstances and who's here, I'm going to go ahead and actually pick at random who gets to start this time. There's 6 of you, so including the environment, so we're going to do a 1d6. With the environment being a 6. All right, Bunker, you are up first in the turn order. What is Bunker doing? You remember, again, search and rescue. You are here to find Tempest.
First things first, he is making sure that all of his equipment and his suit are in working order. Checking power levels, checking weapons, making sure his environmental controls inside of the suit is up and running because it's hot as mess. And next, he's going to see if his scanners work to see if there are any sort of help here. So he's going to try and scan to see if there's any traces of Tempest or any living creature around that's not a dinosaur.
Okay. Also, folks, I forgot. If your thing says that you're in anything but green, please switch it to green. You may be at full health. Just make sure you're also set to green right now. Because that part does not reset on its own. So, go ahead and give me an overcome action.
He was prepared for this just in case his sensors don't work. So he brought a gadget of sorts to put inside of his armor to help boost the range and the power of his equipment of searching and scanning to fight off the environment or any sort of weird sort of like not radiation, like radio signals, natural radio signals that may interfere, or even the volcano itself.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so reconfiguring the device actually picks up one of your satellites above the area that you had originally realigned to this area. Go ahead and give me that overcome using Principle of the Tactician. Remember, everybody, you should be at 2 hero points now.
How do I roll that?
Oh, well, the Principle of the Tactician applies automatically. You don't have to roll it yourself.
Okay.
It just make sure that when you roll, you're using the max die result, the biggest die result.
Okay.
So in this case, I would say for building purposes, like Veteran would probably be the one that you would pick for this one for qualities.
Yeah.
And then the Power Suit, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
9. Okay, that is a success without any kind of twists. So, taking a look around, using the radar that you resituated for this exact purpose, you discover that there is a couple of points of interest that it picks up, a couple of pings. There is, of course, around you, plenty of life signs. A lot of heat signatures are being picked up, even amongst the heat of this territory. You're seeing small packs of like life signs, which you can kind of piece together are probably dinosaurs, maybe raptors or some other kind of small group animal. You also see several very big packs full of very big shapes, which are probably also very big dinosaurs traveling in groups. One of the other things that you do pick up, though, and moving quick, is a large signature on its own, moving away from your position, and then stopping kind of short a moment or two. It halts, and then it continues on in the direction it was going. It is moving away from you. It's about a half mile away from your current location. Due east.
Picked up something interesting. There is I'm not sure if a person or a creature, but it's moving away east. It's around half a mile away. It's purposely for the movement. It's looked like it's purposely moving away from us.
Yeah. The thing is I'll give this to you for free. Also, is that the signature is a mixture. It's not only just heat, like body signature, but there also is an electronic signal coming off of this thing as well. So whatever it is, it's a mix of meat and metal.
And it's picking up a lot of things from it. Heat and metal, apparently. Do we wish to follow, or do you just want to try to monitor it from a distance?
Well, if it's not moving too fast, I can try to fly up and see if I can see what it might be.
It'd be kind of tough to see through all this canopy.
It depends on how big it is and if it's flying.
Sure.
I think the question, is it flying or is it running?
So far as you can tell, using your thing, it is on the ground. You'd have more information if it had been a better success.
Okay. As best I can tell, it's on the ground.
But it's big. It is very big.
But it's huge, so maybe you can see it from the ground, from the sky. Unless you want to, I don't know, fly closer to the ground, or do you have super speed legacy? As far as running,
he does not.
In terms of running, no.
Oh.
So with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and ask, who bunker do you want to hand it off to? There is the rest of the team as well as the environment.
I will. I will hand it off to Wraith.
Okay, Wraith, you are up.
I want to use Principal the Detective again and kind of see if kind of exactly what it is, if it's maybe a big dinosaur or if it's something else or if it's anything related to Tempest.
You know what? I'm actually going to say Principal of the Detective doesn't apply here because it's not necessarily hidden.
Okay.
I would say absolutely do an overcome action to do that. It's just Principal won't apply here.
Got you. Okay. I'll do Gadgets and Investigation again.
Sounds good. 5. That is a success with a twist.
Minor or major?
Minor twist.
I'll take this minor.
Okay. So what information do you want? Like, what is the 1 point of information that you actually want?
I guess if it's exactly how hostile it would be.
Okay. Using what you know of the terrain and of the flora and fauna in the area, you are aware that anything moving that big and that fast is probably hostile. It's very possibly a T-Rex, Allosaurus, something. But it's probably big, it's probably hungry. The part that's weird is the fact that there's machinery that's also mixed in the mix, which is the weird part. The thing is, as you're kind of contemplating this, everybody, you are interrupted in your musings as the sound around you of plant life begins to rustle. All of you look around and see absolutely no signs of anything coming out, but that's because it isn't something that is coming out of the plant life. It is the plant life. Various large sort of pods part and open as massive plants move to take bites out of all of you. They're what would be mouths, dripping with a highly toxic acidic material, pitcher plants, Venus flytraps snapping at you as you're here on the fringes of the lagoon. Give me a second as we're going to do a roll. Maybe. Thank you.
What are those options?
Aren't they cute? All of you are hindered with a -2. We're going to call this one plant life is the hinder. -2 plant hinder called plant life.
Is it persistent?
It is not persistent, but one overcome action can remove it from all of you. As these things, snap and chomp and try to get a hold of you, you're left struggling. Like I'm picturing, Legacy, like the thing kind of closing around Legacy, and Legacy using his strength to pry open the mouth of this giant Venus flytrap. Absolute Zero. A couple of the vines are reaching up and grabbing at your legs, trying to like literally pull you off your feet and drag you away from the rest of the group. Unity, you're maybe like holding up the canister as it seems to be trying to wrap around you, but it almost kind of catches on the canister, the exact thing you didn't want to have happen, nearly happening, but you are all hindered. Thank you. With that -2. Like I said, one of you wants to do an overcome action to successfully remove it, you can. Or at least try to. And it'll get rid of it for everybody, not just yourself. Wraith, who do you want to hand it off to?
I'll hand it to Absolute Zero.
Hey. So Ryan just kind of takes a look at this happening, and Absolute Zero, his usual stoic self, is like, I'd like you all to remember, speaking of the plants, where we are, and true to form with the Arctic, he's going to try and overcome the plant life that are creeping up on everybody by dropping the temperature.
Okay.
These things are used to a very temperate climate. He's going to localize the air, the area around the Freedom 5, and make sure that it is not hospitable to these plants.
Okay. Yeah, and if you succeed, you'll be able to remove it from everybody. But you have to do this with the -2.
That is fair. Going to do cold here. I don't know what you would call this for quality.
I'd go with creative or cool under pressure. They're both basically the same. Mechanically, they're the same. I would also allow this as a principle of the cold.
Yeah, let's do principle. Yeah, that's what I was shooting for. We're gonna do principle of the cold with this. Yep. Gonna go ahead and roll that.
3 hero points then.
Yep, more hero points.
Ooh, I don't like that. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and tap the collections for this.
Okay.
Set that to a max die 12.
Okay.
-2. And we're just gonna get rid of that with an overcome.
Okay. All of the plants begin to make like scream kind of sounds as they withdraw from the rest of you. All of you can remove that -2 plant life. Hinder on yourselves. Go ahead and just take it right off. As Absolute Zero successfully neutralizes the plant threat for the moment.
Insula Primalis is still in the Arctic Circle.
These plants have had it too good for too long. All right.
Who is left to pass to?
Well, we have the environment, legacy, and unity.
Let's give it to Unity first.
All right. Unity, you're up.
Okay, Unity's going to use some of the gear she brought with her, and she's going to add augmentation onto Legacy.
All right.
Using metal and technology I brought with me.
Ooh, that's nice.
Alright, I will give him a persistent bonus with my mid die.
Okay. That's a +3. So legacy, you now have a persistent +3.
What do I call this bonus?
That is up to you and Unity.
You can just call it augmentation.
Assistant +3. Fantastic. Okay.
All right. Unity, who are you going to hand it off to? Legacy or the environment?
Give it to the environment so it
Yeah.
doesn't double turn.
Environment, please.
Just as you finish augmenting Legacy, and Legacy, you were preparing to do a scout ahead just to find out what that thing was. Like, you were on the verge of launching into the air when a new sound of movement from the underbrush comes out. This one is a slow kind of creeping sound. It sounds like whatever it was didn't mean to do what it did. And just as you're about to launch, 5 Utahraptors leap out from the cover of the undergrowth and attack.
What kind of raptors?
Utahraptors.
What is that?
It is
Is that like an
They're
actual
raptors
thing
from
or
Utah.
something?
You mean Utah Raptors?
Yeah, Utahraptors. I'm just reading what it says here.
So for clarification, these are movie size, not actual size.
Yeah, these are movie size raptors.
Okay.
And just
I
as
think that'll clear up
just as
everything
mean.
for all our writers.
Utah Raptors are approximately 5 feet at the hips. Length between 16 to 23 feet. From nose to tip of tail.
So they're big boys. They are big boys.
Now, if they're Hollywood big, are we going for Hollywood appearance or historical accuracy here? Because they do have feathers.
They do have feathers. This is not Hollywood. These things have feathers. So they leap out and they attack. Give me just a second here. And looks like there's 5 of them, and they are all D8s.
I understand the irony of me saying this, but do not freeze. That does not work here.
Can I duplicate? No, I can't. Okay. So now you have the opportunity to hand this, or the environment has the opportunity to hand this off to Legacy once the Utahraptors have their turn. And I'm going to ask a question out of all of you. Bunker, you are left out of this vote. Which one of you is the smallest?
I mean, we have actual canonical height.
Yeah, so tell me, which one of you... Again, Bunker is definitely not in the power suit. So the rest of you, who is the smallest?
A Unity,
Definitely not me.
five-
6'2" for Legacy.
Unity's 5'4".
Wraith is 5'7".
Also 5'7".
All right, well, Unity. They go right for you.
I block using my mechanical raptor.
Okay. So let's go ahead and do the roll here for that first one. And you go ahead and give me your block roll then. Or defense roll.
And that's just using a power inequality.
Yep. Okay, so -4 to any incoming damage. Which is good because these guys have a +1 to attack for each Utah Raptor in play. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Each other, so that'd be +4. So that's 4 points of damage to you, Unity. As the first one makes a leap at you, tries to pull and drag you down, and kind of isolate you. And the rest of you can see this. They are moving in to try to isolate Unity from the rest of the perceived herd. The second one makes a snap actually at you, Wraith. Kind of a warning shot there. Would you like to defend? Because if not, that is going to be 7 points of damage +4.
Yep, I'll defend.
Okay, give me that defense roll.
Agility and fitness.
Okay, so -3. So that's 4 + 4. So that'd be 8 points of damage.
Okay.
The next one snaps at the next smallest, which would be you, Absolute Zero.
Hey,
At this point, you're looking at 8 points of damage.
oof. Look here. You know what? I'll take it.
Okay.
That immediately puts me into yellow.
Okay.
So my modular realignment kicks in. I may boost by rolling my single cold die.
Mm-hmm.
That is a 9.
It's a plus. It's a +3.
We're gonna call that leaking coolant.
Mm-hmm. That's the most
Alright.
positive leaking coolant I've ever seen.
Well, it's about to be frozen here in a minute.
Okay. So that is that one. The next one is making a snap at you, Legacy. You're looking at a grand total of 9 points of damage right now without any reductions applied.
Jesus criminy. Yeah, let's try to defend against that.
Okay, go ahead and give me that defend roll, please.
Vitality.
Oh, minor twist. I do apologize. Is your robot, their Unity, was destroyed?
No, Raptorius, you shall be avenged.
I'm gonna pick close combat as the quality
Okay.
because I think that it's coming in close, so I'm assuming that's probably the best way to
Yep.
defend against that one.
And don't forget about your augmentation, which is a +3.
Sir. 9.
Completely negates
So-
the incoming damage. However, that is a minor twist.
It is.
So as you go to, bring up your arms, you block this attack as the raptor tries to jump on you, like pounce on you. You roll backwards with the force of it. And give me a second here. Yeah, I like that idea. You roll back with the force of it, and you fall into the lagoon. You and the raptor, the both of you fall into the lagoon. It's not super deep, but that kind of force leaves you there. You're technically underwater at this point, though, kind of thrashing around, trying to extricate yourself from this raptor. But more importantly, you're in the water in a primordial lagoon, and separated technically from the rest of the group for the moment.
Yeah.
That is that one's turn, and this last guy is going to make an attempt at you, Bunker, for 7 points of damage plus 4, so that'd be 11 points of damage, unless you would like to defend.
I would like to defend.
Okay, give me that defense, and that's going to be with a minor twist as well. Okay. Ooh. Not great. That's 5 points of damage that you're going to take before any damage reduction that you may apply. Do you have damage reduction?
No, I don't.
Okay. So, yes, in this case, you are taking 5 points of damage as the raptor grabs onto a part of your armor and just rips with its massive teeth. It almost takes a chunk off, and what it actually does do is take off your initial satellite connector. So unfortunately, you lose sight of the target that you were sending off, that Legacy was about to go fight or find. You remember where it was headed, but unfortunately the satellite feed is broken.
Yep, he's about to make some leather belts.
Legacy, it is your turn.
All right. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is punch this raptor in the jaw.
Mm-hmm.
Nine.
All right, that just the raptor yowls in the water. It just and its body goes limp as it drifts downward into the lagoon, where it possibly may feed something else.
I'm going to leave it for the fishes as I fly out of the water and back to the rest of the group.
Okay, good job. Anything else?
No, that would, well, kind of. That is the end of my turn, and because it is the top of the round, I can pick someone else to give it to.
Yes.
I'm going to give it to myself, because as I'm getting back to the rest of the group, I'm going to use Galvanize.
Okay.
As I'm in the air and I can kind of see the environment, and I say, everyone back to back, don't let him separate you.
All right.
And I'm going to boost using leadership.
Yeah, give us that galvanize boost. Oh, another 9. That is a +3. So that is a +3 to all attacks and overcome actions until the start of your next turn, Legacy.
Yep. And since I'm the top of the round, that means it's going to last for 2 turns.
That's persistent. Is that exclusive? I don't remember.
It's
No, it's just persistent.
yeah, it is a group. It is a group bonus to everybody. This is where it gets weird. Like, Unity can't use this to build a bot with, like, to give it another form, but she could use it to boost her roll to make a bigger robot. It's kind of an umbrella boost as opposed to one that you attach to yourself. Next, who are you handing it off to? There's 4 more of these guys left.
Because I know that Absolute Zero is quite the cannon, we're going to pass it off to him because I'm very interested to see what destruction he wreaks with a +3.
And now in the yellow zone.
And now in the yellow zone.
Yep. You know he does best when he's taking some damage. So yeah, that's a great way to hand it off. Absolute Zero, you're up.
Do we want these fellas dead, or do we want, would you all like an easier time?
I'd prefer all of you to be alive.
All right, you want some coolant? Here, have some coolant. Have some coolant. He takes the arm that had been bitten into the suit that's leaking, and he just like starts waving that arm everywhere and getting this all over the raptors. And then as he's doing that, the temperature begins dropping, and that temperature dropping like that is freezing that coolant all over where it's gotten all over their pretty little faces and their bodies and their talons. We're going for sub-zero atmosphere here. Galvanize does not apply to this particular roll because this is the hinder, but that's okay. Old ranged combat. This is a hinder, and it uses the max die. So we're hindering all 4 of them.
Yep. Whew.
That is a, oh, I forgot to click the leaking coolant. Duh. That is a +3 on top of that, so that's a 12.
Yes. So that is a 12. That's a -4 to all of their rolls, their next rolls. Very good. Who would you like to hand it off to? There's the environment, which is also the raptors. The raptors are encapsulated in the environment's turn, and then there's also Bunker, Wraith, and Unity.
I know the big man doesn't have his grenade launcher quite primed yet. Let's give it to Wraith.
Okay, Wraith, you're up.
All right. I'm gonna use utility belt, boost myself with gadgets, and then attack using my min die.
All right. Yeah,
So
sheesh, you're in the yellow
sure
too
you're dead.
already. Jiminy.
Oh yeah, that one hit. Yeah.
That was
like-
a lot of damage that got dealt to people. +4?
Yeah. I was like, Unity's, because I looked at it, I was like, utility belt, that's a yellow. Oh, dear Lord. Go for it.
Is it just so? It's just a single die, right? Just gadgets.
Let me double check here. No, it's just the pool has to include gadgets.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll do gadgets and 2 range combat.
Mm-hmm.
Roll.
Okay. Aren't you plus
So that's
+2?
okay.
Yeah,
And
persistent.
that's persistent.
And then the attack is min die, so that's going to a raptor.
Yep.
So that'll be +4, +2, +3. That raptor, whatever raptor you pick, is dead. That raptor is not making it out of this alive.
Alright. I'll pick the one that just, bit the hell out of me.
Okay. That one is not biting anybody ever again. As you literally shatter its jaw, your utility belt you take out. I'm guessing the throwing knives. It just catches. It turns its head. It's like you hear the shattering of teeth, frozen over teeth, as the thing rolls head over heels and just kind of crumples on the ground, and does not get back up again. Who would you like to hand it off to?
Who hasn't gone again?
We still have Bunker, Unity, and the environment.
Give it to Unity.
All right.
And question: how big was the bonus again for utility belt?
Utility belt was +2.
2. Okay, got it.
Unity, you're up.
Unity is going to use the parts of her dearly departed raptor robot and hastily augment Bunker.
All right. Hey,
Uh,
that's a plus. That's a +2. It's not so bad.
Yeah. Take a persistent +2 hasty augmentation bunker.
All right. Who you handing it off to?
It's the environment and bunker left.
Yep.
I'll give it to the environment.
All right. All right, there's 3 raptors left. They each have 4 health apiece. I'm sorry, they're at D8, but they have -4 to all their rolls, so this will go really well, actually. You also notice that the moment that things start turning against them, they start to kind of back away and disappear into the jungle, but then they launch out in kind of like hit and run tactics where they'll run out, try to bite, and then disappear back into the thick foliage. The first one is going for you. My first one's going to go for Legacy because he's the closest in this. Actually, no, Legacy, you're flying, aren't you?
Not that high. He would have been only like 10 feet off the ground.
Okay. They might be able to get your foot then. We'll give it a roll. It's a -4 anyway, so that's a 0. As it misses, it's slowed by the ice that is coalesced on its body. The freezer or the freezing coolant mixed with just your own adapted abilities of dodging. Like it tries to bite you, just pull your foot out of the way. It's actually pretty pathetic. Next one zips out, goes right for you, Bunker. Tries to blaze right past, but again, their hit and run tactics don't work when they're slowed down by all that ice. He deals 1 point of damage to you, Bunker, unless you want to defend.
It's 1 point. Oh, also, I do have a reduction thing. I'm just dumb.
Okay, well, you take no damage then.
Yeah.
The last one tries to do a hit and run on you. Absolute 0, because you were the source of all of its pain. It deals no damage, as again, your clever scheme works against them, and their hit and run tactics don't get them back into the verger, so they're still out in the open. They're still able to, still able to be hit without there being any real issues. The environment is going to hand this off to you, Bunker, because you're the only one left. Bunker, go for it.
Since he can't use his satellite anymore, he's going to try to attack. He's going to try to attack one of the raptors using long-range combat. Just standard power beam.
Okay. Don't forget about your bonuses. You've got a +2, I think, and a +3 at this point.
And the +4 from...
Well,
Galvanized?
the +4 from Galvanized, and then the +2 from Unity.
Oh, did I mishear? I thought you said a +3 and a +2. Either way.
Yeah. Let me double check. What was your roll?
I think it came out to be like a 9.
Oh, it's a +3. It's a +3. I apologize. Yep, that was a
Okay.
So,
A +2 and a +3, not a +4.
yeah, +2, +3. So a total of 5 to this attack. Go ahead and give me that attack roll. Oh! Again, just you pull out because it's the riot cannon, right?
Yes.
You pull out the riot cannon, just fire. This poor raptor is just vaporized on the spot. There's nothing left but maybe a couple of shanks and some feathers. So there's 2 raptors left. As that happens, you hear a terrific sound of thunder about a half mile away, and it is not just the sound of thunder that comes from a cloud. It's also the sound of thunder of something very big walking. Yeah, there you go. There's a little reference for everybody who's read that short story by Ray Bradbury. But it's followed by a bolt of lightning from the sky to the location where your satellite had picked up the big thing that was moving. There's a huge roar, followed by a smaller, less loud, but still audible sound of somebody shouting. Not quite a scream, but more of a shout. And it does not sound like a good shout. And we are now in the yellow.
Well, since we're in the yellow, I'm gonna go again and use my.
Yep. Remember, just Legacy is asking people not to hand it back so that you can take the full benefit of his galvanize.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Let me go last.
All right. Well, since it's still my turn, I'll just go first again.
Mm-hmm.
All right, then I'm going to use grenade launcher to try to finish off the rest of them.
All right, go ahead and give me those grenade launch rolls.
We're in the yellow, right?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Hey, I'm not in the yellow still. Uh-huh.
Should be. I've got you here. Your health may not be yellow, but the scene status is yellow.
Okay.
Yep. All right. Max die to one, mid die to another, min die to the third. If you roll doubles, you did not. Yeah, so go ahead and you've got 2 more targets left. Both of them are at the same health. So one of them is killed outright. Like the grenade hits and it just rockets this Utah raptor right through the air. It lands in the lagoon with a splash. As it does so, there's a quick bubbling of water, and you see a large carnivorous something or other just wash up through the air and half catch this raptor's body on the surface and drag it back underneath. The other one takes +3, so that's 7 points of damage, +2 from Unity, so that's 9 points. That also blasts the second raptor clear. And with that, all of the raptors are currently dead or about to become food. And you guys we're still in scene, but there's no immediate enemy threats around you. Well done. Who do you hand it off to, Bunker?
I will give it to. I'll give it to Unity.
Okay, Unity, you're up. You just saw that flash of lightning about a half mile away, along with a scream and a terrific roar of a very large dinosaur.
Unity is going to go ahead and spawn a golem.
Okay.
And did you say whether or not I could use the boost from Galvanize?
You cannot because it's an umbrella boost. If it was specifically granted to you, then I would say sure. But it's a group boost, so no. Now you can use it to boost the roll to make a bigger robot, but you can't use it to change form. I apologize, I should have specified. So in this case, it's a +7, or it's a 7. So that would be a D10, I believe. Let me double check real quick. Nope, that's an 8. That is a D8 golem, so a small humanoid or a similar sized friend. And what action are you giving it?
I'm going to give it the overcome function.
Okay, so it has the overcome function. You mark that down as you like. Who would you like to hand it off to? Also, don't forget, you can do a little bit of movement at this point.
Unity will start heading towards the lightning strike and the roar.
Okay.
And who's left on the tracker?
Everybody, including the environment, except for Bunker, because Bunker gave himself two turns.
I will pass it over to Absolute Zero.
Okay, Absolute Zero, you're up.
We've got a screaming dinosaur and someone launching thunder at it. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
And we're here looking for who? Tempest?
Tempest.
Okay. Well, in the absence of any other leads, let's get everybody moving towards that, towards the dino,
Okay.
I suppose.
So, wibbly wobbly distance game here. Effectively, you're using your action to get over there, but when you do, you find this scene before you. You see a 12-foot tall robot dinosaur. Half of its body is mechanized, half of it is still scales and very sharp teeth. Its eyes glowing a cybernetic red. In its jaws, doing his damnedest to keep them from closing, is Tempest. You can recognize Tempest because of his big shiny black eyes. He's got the gray eyes, like the gray alien kind of big like black bulbous eyes. Bluish skin, tendril hair, clawed fingers, and he is doing his best to keep the jaws from closing around him. Kind of like on the cover of this issue's book. He looks battered and bloodied, and not in a state to continue fighting this dinosaur by himself. That is the scene that you see as you come up on him. You're free to talk, you just can't take an action this round.
Well, that's disconcerting, I say, as we all come skating in on a very thin layer of ice.
Okay.
Cyborg dinosaur. I don't think I signed up for that one.
It was in the briefing. How did you not know this was a possibility?
I was getting my repairs done.
So you weren't paying attention. Good to know.
No. Listen, when Tachyon's, chatting in your ear, it's difficult to pay attention to anything else.
The only person who can get there and do an action this turn is somebody with a mobility power, and I think the only person with a mobility power is Legacy at this point.
Who else is left in the turn order besides him?
Wraith and the environment.
Wraith's got mobility ability.
Actually, yeah. Do you have...
I have grappling.
We've got
hook.
grappling hook.
That's right, you do. Or maneuver to a new location in your environment.
Yeah, I'll pass it to Wraith.
Okay, Wraith, you are up.
Go ahead and use the grappling hook.
Perfect. Remove one physical bonus or penalty. Hinder a target using your min die. So go ahead and give me the roll. You can then apply the hinder to the T-Rex after your arrival. Or no, it's if it's a choice. It's hinder a target using the min die or maneuver to a new one. Okay.
And I can use the utility belt on this?
Yeah.
Try to remember what exclusive means.
Yeah, exclusive just means that you can't use it twice. Like if you have multiple rolls, or if you have two exclusive bonuses, you can only use one of those exclusives. You can't use two exclusives.
Gotcha. All right. So guidance in range combat.
Very nice. All right, so 7. You normally would be able to. You'd normally be able to hinder with this, but again, it's either this or maneuver to a new location in the environment, which you do. You are in a perfect spot, though, to attack this massive Allosaurus as you're up in the trees. So you've got a really prime spot to continue from where you are, and it doesn't seem like the Allosaurus is aware of you or Absolute Zero at this point.
Then I get strike from the shadows.
Well, that was your action for this turn.
Oh, that was my
Yeah.
action. Got it.
Normally it would be if you're in the scene, you could do that. It's just unfortunately, this just flashed here and it lets you roll dice this turn instead of just saying I move.
Okay, got you. All
So,
good.
who would you like to hand it off to? That leaves Legacy, the environment, or in this case, because you're there now, the cybernetic Allosaurus.
Is the Allosaurus not considered the environment?
It is not. It is its own entity.
I'd say the environment.
Okay. So the environment. Give me a second here. You close in, Wraith, and from your perspective, you can actually see a little bit more of the area. Absolute Zero, from your position, you would not have been able to see it. But from where you are, Wraith, you can. Down on the ground, near where this Allosaurus is fighting or trying to, chomp poor Tempest into pieces, there is a tar pit. It's not precariously close to it. It's not like, oh, just knock it over, it'll be fine. But there is a tar pit in the immediate area. Any and all actions near the tar pit are going to have a -2 penalty to them. So if you get into melee range with this Allosaurus, there will be a -2 penalty to it. Anything you do. In addition, if a hero rolls doubles while they are near the tar pit, they fall into the tar pit. Alright, that was the environment's turn, and it is going to hand it off to Legacy.
Alright. Well, we're in the yellow. There's a real big dinosaur there. So I'm gonna punch it.
Something cardboard world.
Yeah, it's a giant robot dinosaur.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. It's fine. And we're actually gonna make this a real big fuck. So I get to attack using strength, and I get to use my max die for this one.
Yes,
so.
you do. Plus 3 from augmentation.
Indeed.
Nail, hammer, hammer, nail.
Yeah, I play really well when I have a character like that.
Now here's the thing, is there's going to be a -2 on this because of the tar pit, because you are doing close combat.
Right. So in that case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tap my collections. We're going to make that 10 plus 3 is 13 minus 2 is 11.
Okay, so for 11 points of damage, you...
Actually, you know what? I feel like being really fucking spiteful.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to tap one of my hero point rewards, because we haven't used any of those yet, and essentially negate the +2 by spending my +2.
Okay, yeah,
So
no, that's...
13 now.
That's legit. So, 13 points of damage. You just soar right in. You see, like the Allosaurus does that thing where it's like its head turns just as it sees you. You also see, because again, he's got like the just big black shiny eyes. But you've gotten used to how Tempest looks, and when he turns and when his focus is on something, he sees you coming. There's a smile on his face for a moment, like relief, and then he realizes that you're about to punch this thing, and he realizes he's in this thing's mouth, and there's that slow motion of, oh no. You hit for those 13 points of damage. We're gonna roll to see. Actually, yeah, we're gonna roll to see it. The T-Rex has no bonuses, so it drops a whole die size, which is good because it's got a big die size. And it drops Tempest onto the ground. Thankfully, not into the tar pit, but it does drop him onto the ground. The Allosaurus is now at a D8. That was a phenomenal hit. Very good job. And that brings us to its turn. And it is going to try to take a bite out of you, Legacy. Because
That's fine.
You punched it. So it turns and chomps at you with a D8. No bonuses, no minuses. That is 6 points of damage as it attempts to bite you.
I will not. Well, hold on. This is not considered an environmental target,
It is not.
and not a surprise attack, because it is just regular.
Right.
Which is fine. I'll take the 4 points of damage because I do have yellow quality or yellow status fortitude,
Yep. Okay.
which
so,
drops the
Yeah, drop that down to 4 points as this T-Rex bites at, or the Allosaurus bites at you. It catches on your cape and kind of yanks, and there's just the strength of the yank slamming you into the ground. You hit the dirt, and it looks like it's going to try to bring its big dino foot down on top of you to what it thinks is maybe finish the job. But we are back at the top of the round. We are still in the yellow at this point, and it is the Allosaurus's turn, and it is gonna do that. It's gonna give itself its turn, another turn. It's gonna try to stomp the living daylights out of you.
That's fine.
For nothing. That is its turn, and we're gonna hand it off to Legacy. You're in the thick of it, so we're gonna give it back to you, Legacy. The rest of you prep up. You're all in the scene, so you all will be able to take actions this turn. As a reminder, Tempest is now on the ground. He's no longer being directly attacked by the Allosaurus, but he is still in harm's way. But he also looks like he's not dying, but it looks like he still could use a hand.
Well, I punch real hard, so I guess I'm just gonna punch it again.
Okay.
Eight.
+3.
Right. So 11.
11. Give me a second here. We're going to roll. Oh, -2. So that would be
9.
9. Okay, still enough. Yeah, no, it takes another hit. It is down to a D6 at this point. The rest of you are kind of you're watching this incredible scene of Legacy punching this dinosaur in the face. Lifting its foot up off of him and then just rocketing his fist right into this dinosaur. Where did you punch it this time?
The first time would have been in the face. I think after getting not quite stepped on, and getting out from under it, he probably would have done like a spin kick and tried to kick it in the knee.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. So Legacy, who are you handing it off to?
Let's hand it off to. If there's someone who could probably get in quick and do a rescue, I think it would be Wraith. I think Wraith can do some fun stuff with like a grappling hook or zipping in and out.
Yeah. All right, so Wraith, you are up.
Yep. And that's a great idea. I think I'm going to use the grappling hook. I'm going to do kind of like, since, it's right next to Tempest, I'm going to use it as a swing point, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
And try and scoop Tempest up and swing off into the other, I guess this is a clearing?
Yeah, it's a clearing area that you're in, just away from the tar pit.
Yeah, just swinging from one side of the clearing, in the trees, to the other side, and just trying to scoop Tempest up on the way.
Yeah, so go ahead and give me that grappling hook roll. Reminder, this is not with a -2 because this is technically ranged combat. It is a ranged combat roll, so it is not a -2.
Gadget, range combat.
Woo-hoo. So remove one physical bonus or penalty. Hinder a target with your min die. So in this case, that would be a 3. You can apply that +2 to either the damage that you deal or the hinder that you apply to the Allosaurus.
Let's do the hinder.
Okay, so that is the Allosaurus now has a -2 on its next roll. Very good. And you swing down. Tempest, seeing you swinging down towards him, positions his body so that he can grab on, and he doesn't put the full weight of his body into yours as you swing by. Oh, thank you very much, friend Maya. As you deposit him and yourself away from the immediate fight. Who do you hand it off to?
Who's left?
Absolute Zero, Bunker, Unity, and the Environment.
Let's go Bunker.
Okay, Bunker, you're up.
All right, I am. I'm gonna use Magna Rail Upgrade. Basically, boost yourself using Power Suit. Use your min-max die. That bonus is persistent and exclusive.
All right. Look at
God.
that. So use your mid die for this one. So that is 9. That's a +3. That is a persistent and exclusive bonus. Very nice. And who would you like to hand it off to?
Just to get it out the way, the environment.
All right, it is the environment's turn. The environment actually doesn't have anything to add this time around. So it is going to hand it off to... it's going to hand it off to Unity. You're up.
Okay, this dinosaur is completely robotic?
It's half and half.
Oh. Can I try and take control of it? Well,
You
no, that's
can.
not-
I would say it's an overcome, and you are going to need a hell of an overcome. Now, you have principle of the
Gearhead.
gearhead, so you could use that, but you would need to get a 12 plus to make this work. And the bonus from Legacy is no longer applicable because it ended at the beginning of his last turn.
Yeah.
Then I wouldn't be able to do it all because my largest dice is a D10.
Yeah, unfortunately. Unless you wanted to use a bonus. Like, if you rolled a 10 and then you tacked on that +2 from your hero points, you could. But you'd still have to roll at least a D10.
Yeah, that's too small chance. I'll just use Brainstorm then.
Okay. Hit one target using min die and another target with your mid die and boost using your max die. Very good. Okay, so that is a +3 boost to yourself. And then one target with mid, one target with min. I'm going to assume that you're not going to use the min die for this. Oh, they're both the same. Doesn't matter. So it's 4 points of damage to the Allosaurus. Let's see if he survives the attack. He does. Unfortunately, he does resist that damage that as it electrocutes him. So his dice size does not drop. But yeah, his dice size does not drop. But you're boosted. Like, that was still a decent boost. Which
Can I attack him with my minion?
is your minion an attack minion?
Oh, wait, no.
Yeah. All right. And handing it off.
Yes.
All right. Absolute Zero. You're up.
Freezer burn, we love us a freezer burn. This thing is in the tar pit. Did I understand that
No,
correctly?
it's next to it. It is next to it.
It's next to the tar pit.
Yeah. So
Okay.
if you do any kind of combat that is not specifically ranged combat to this thing, you will have a -2.
Gotcha. No, range combat is fine. I'm just going to position myself on the opposite side of the tar pit, and I'm just going to keep blasting it with cold and hopefully drive it back into the tar.
Okay.
Freezer burn.
All right. Give me that
Cold.
freezer bone.
Ranged combat. That is an 8. I take 2 damage, which then converts into 2 health.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, that is an 8 versus the Cyber Allosaurus.
All right, 8 points. That's enough to make it roll or drop. It is now down to a D4. It is weak at this point. It looks like it's doing its best to try to stay upright. A couple of its cybernetics are broken and sparking with electricity as it's rolling itself around. That brings us to the top of the round. Who would you like to hand it off to?
Myself, because I'm just going to do it again.
Okay, another freezer burn. Go ahead and give me that second roll with the freezer burn.
That is a 12 and another 2 points healed.
All right, so the cybernetic Allosaurus has to roll above a 12 or it is destroyed.
With a what? D6?
With a D4.
So close.
So close.
The Allosaurus, the ice coalesces on its legs. It does that kind of climbing sort of wave upon wave as it goes up its body. It roars one final time. It's mixed with a cybernetic, almost auto-tuned kind of sound with it before the ice, and everything that's a part of it topples into the tar pit, where it will, if it ever does unfreeze before then, is not getting back out again. And that is the end of this scene for the moment.
There you go, folks. There's my contribution to history.
Come back in a couple hundred years and dig them up.
A couple million more like.
Who are you talking to, Legacy?
He's not talking, I'm talking. You think it takes that long to fossilize something? You're out of your mind.
I'd also like to point out that we're in an island in the middle of nowhere in the Antarctic where dinosaurs still exist. So yes, I think 100 years might be enough. So as the fight kind of calms down for a moment, Tempest stands up, looks to you, Maya, again, and says, "Thank you again for your help. I'm very glad that you all showed up when you did." And again, he's bleeding. He's bleeding alien blood, but he is bleeding, and he looks like he could probably use some medical assistance.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna pull out basically a little first aid kit. Start tending to at least some of the ones I can.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you are handy with a needle. So he appreciates that. What are you all doing here?
Looking for you.
Pretty much, yeah.
Long story short, yeah.
For me, I'm glad that you did, but why?
This might take a while to explain. Do you have a moment to sit down, maybe eat something?
Like he motions to himself, all scraped up as Maya, the Wraith is. I'm gonna actually ask, would she try to stitch him? Because he doesn't have a problem with it, but like, would she actively try to suture him if it called for it?
What kind of injury? Is it just like teeth, like puncture, that kind of thing?
Punctures and scrapes. So obviously you can't suture a puncture, but there's a few cuts there that probably should get stitched. So he's like kind of gestures. I don't think I'm going anywhere right now. But this is not a safe place to be at. This is Insula Primalis, after all.
I agree, considering we are near a tar pit.
Yeah.
Actually, I discovered it not too long ago. If we move just a bit further east from here, that's where I was headed before the... and he kind of looks at it. The dinosaur caught up with me. There's one of Baron Blade's old beacons that keeps them away. If we position ourselves near that, we should be safe, at least for the time being.
Sounds like a good place to sit and talk. I'm sure we can leave the plane by itself for a bit.
Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to take we're going to take our break here. We're going to do 5 minutes, and then we will be back.
Sounds good.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Hey, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Perfect timing. All right. We are back, and we are going to go ahead and get right back into the action. So, as you move to one of these, the Baron Blade signals, you do notice that there is a distinct lack of any kind of movement on the fringes of the sort of area that you're in. Of course, Legacy, you especially, with your history, there's that ingrained suspicion when you see the Baron Blade color scheme of black, purple, and red that kind of sets your teeth on edge. Like, Baron Blade was one of those men who nothing had a single purpose. Everything had multiple purposes. And so being next to this signal, your thoughts go like, is this a trap? Could it suddenly spring an electro net? Is it going to, suddenly fill the air with poisonous gas? Like, there's any other number of things that this sort of monolith-looking thing could do. It's a little anxiety-inducing, but Tempest seems comfortable enough around it. As Wraith, you continue kind of patching up his wounds, and he helps where he can. He's not expecting you to do all the work. But so, tell me, you said you came looking for me, and it was a long story. What happened? We can kind of shorten this a little bit if folks want to just tell him, like, the short form of what happened. Like, explain to me the short form of what you're telling him, how much you're telling him. Or we can roleplay it. It's up to you.
Oh, god damn it, I was just muted. Well, if nobody else starts talking first, then Legacy would probably be the one to get the ball rolling and explain about the attack on the tree.
Okay.
And then almost immediately afterwards, the psychic lizards. And this growing sense that something is very wrong.
Well, first, Anthony is all right, yes? Argent Adapt?
Yes, he's fine.
Good. He's a powerful ally and a good friend, and I would have been remiss if something had happened to him. I'm glad that you were able to help him too. As for what's happening, it's actually what brought me here too. There's been strange activity in the area. Trees coming to life, rearranging themselves, sometimes in the span of overnight. Scientists come here on occasion to study the territory. Again, I can't speak beyond what I know, but apparently dinosaurs do not roam the rest of the world, as I've learned. This is a very interesting sort of spot. The United Nations sends people out here very often to do research. But with the trees acting strangely and rearranging themselves, various sorts of things have been happening. I decided to come here alone to figure it out. Unfortunately, you saw how well that went. Again, thank you. I'm about as fond of being chewed on by a giant half T-Rex, half robot as any human would be. He kind of winces at a particular, like, as you finish your patch job there, Wraith. Thank you again.
Well, I guess, what have you found here?
That's a very difficult question. I haven't found much, besides confirming what all of the reports have said, that yes, sometimes the trees just move or get up and reposition themselves. Never when I'm able to see them. That's the thing. It always seems to happen when I've got my back turned or I'm at a different part of the island. The various creatures here are also acting in strange ways.
Strange how?
They are either becoming incredibly violent or incredibly docile in some cases. They just the other day I saw one of those T-Rexes, you call them? I saw one of them sort of, I guess you would call it, buddying up with a whole pack of Stegosauruses, like, and he kind of like holds his hands in front of him like kittens in a basket.
That is very strange.
I have a question. Do they show any signs of intelligence?
No, that part is, at least for now, normal. They still all seem like beasts. Their moves are so wild and varied. Honestly, I have to say I somehow prefer that it would be violent. At least then it's predictable. As he kind of says that, there is the sound of rustling along the fringes of the clearing that you're in. And I'm going to go ahead and say
What?
Wraith, Absolute Zero, and Unity, the three of you see movement in the tree line.
We want to move. Move.
Yeah, get up.
As you guys are getting up, and as he jumps to his feet, as Tempest jumps to his feet, a figure emerges from the tree line. It's not an animal figure. It is in fact a humanoid one. This humanoid figure is a towering, muscular woman with a dark tan, thick black hair, pulled back into a ponytail. Her face and part of her arm are covered in intricate tattoos. And again, she's a huge woman. She steps out. Stop where you are. You defend this evildoer? And she points at Tempest, who looks shocked, like genuinely shocked.
Is
Begging
this
your pardon,
person
ma'am,
recognizable?
What's he done?
I heard two things there. What did you say, Legacy? Because yours was a question.
Yes. Do I recognize this person at all?
Ooh, this is difficult. Yes and no. We'll get back to you in just a second. You, as you say, what has he done? She points to him and declares very, very, very pointedly, he is a known villain, a cruel tyrant of the storms, who has brought pain and suffering to many. I know you. You're the Freedom 5, yes?
Yep.
Well then,
That's right.
tell me, do you defend this criminal? Legacy. The way that she talks, the way that she's carrying on, and the manner that she is dressed, she reminds you of a friend that you all lost. He didn't die. He disappeared during the OblivAeon Crisis. The last that any of you saw, the person, his name was Haka, Haka. He was of Maori descent, and I mean he was an incredible hero. He was a big, burly, friendly, gregarious, maybe a little hot-headed sometimes, but genuinely a great guy. He disappeared during the OblivAeon Crisis, and nobody knows where he went. There had been some talk between Argent Adapt and a couple of those who are in tune with the multiverse that perhaps he had slipped into another alternate timeline, one of the few that survived. And with the OblivAeon Crisis being what it was, there is no way to cross into alternate universes, alternate timelines anymore. You can't. So if he did, he's gone, and he is not coming back. But this woman acts very much like he does. She even kind of sounds a little like him. You know, if he were a woman. She's got that glint in her eye, that self-assured, I'm the strongest person in the room kind of glint that he always had.
I kind of want to do something. I wish... I want to do something, and I feel like Principle of the Mentor should apply here. But I know it doesn't.
And the reason why it doesn't, I'll give this one to you for free, is that Haka's powers also involved immortality. He was incredibly hard to kill, but he was also... He did not age. He was immortal. So he is literally older than all of you.
Well, my thinking with Principle of the Mentor was, as a mentor, does the way that she's presenting herself, the way that she's talking, the way that she is, does it sound like she was mentored by this guy?
Oh, you know what? I'll tell you what. Use that as the angle. I won't give you the hero points for it because you're not actively doing the requirement for it. But use that angle. That's a great overcome. Yeah, I like that. Go for it. And actually,
So
instead of getting the hero point, I'll just let you still use the max die. You just won't get the hero point for it.
cool. So would that be America's Finest or Leadership as the quality?
That I would say I'd allow leadership.
Okay. And we're still in scene status yellow?
No, we are not. We are back to scene status green. Everybody, we are back to green. If your health is still gone, it stays where it is, but scene status is set to green.
Gotcha. 5, but you know what?
I mean, you got a +3.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and pop that. I think it's still a success with a minor twist.
Yeah, it would be a success with a minor twist, though. Unless you wanted to add in one of your hero point rewards, or did you use them all?
Well, is 5 a success with a minor twist?
Yes.
Okay.
A complete success without any kind of twist would be a 9 to 11.
But it's not a success with a major twist.
No.
Okay. So it's not going to change the results, so I'll just go ahead and keep it a 5.
Okay.
So success with a minor twist. I'm trying to identify this person as much as possible.
You don't get the sense that she was taught by him. If it wasn't for the fact that this is a woman, you would say that this was Haka. And with that, we are entering into a social scene. The scene tracker will play out as normal. It is not a fight yet, but the main thing here is to try to convince her, as she cracks her knuckles and looks menacingly at Tempest, that he is not who she thinks he is, and that you are not bad guys for trying to defend him from who she thinks he is. So this is a timed social interaction. Yeah, how do you like that, Ostrich? All right, new scene tracker. Technically, the environment still is active, and so while some things may be blocked as a result of where you're at in this location, that may change depending on minor twists and things. So keep that in mind. Legacy, you go first. Here's what you need to accomplish to make this work. To successfully end the scene and convince Haka that Tempest is not an enemy, you need to make 3 overcome actions. However, Haka, on her turn, basically is a ticking time bomb. If she is not convinced, within 3 rounds, she will start attacking. You can already tell her patience is kind of shot, so you need to convince her before that time rolls around.
Okay. So if we need to get 3 successes in 3 turns, then I think the best way to do that, if I'm the start of it, I'm going to galvanize, boost with leadership.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's
And
a
he's
good
going to kind of present himself. He's going to, shoulders back, head held high, and he's going to be, I am Legacy. I am the leader of the Freedom Five. All the people here speak for me, and we speak with truth and sincerity.
Justice and the American way.
Yes. I tried not to say the American way. It's very hard. So let's do... I don't think any of my powers fit here.
Powers probably not. I would say if we really wanted to play it, because Haka was always impressed with strength. Like Haka was one of the guys who, when they were fighting a villain, a big, powerful villain, he would get excited because it was time to test his strength, and he loved it. So I would actually allow strength. I would let you use strength for this.
So, show of strength, show of leadership, showing authority.
Yeah. In a friendly way.
That'll be an 8.
Very nice.
No, let's use that +3.
Yep.
So that brings it up to 11.
Yes. So that is a +4 to everybody for overcome actions until your next turn. Also attack rolls. You have a +4 to your attack rolls. Everybody is
hopefully
galvanized.
we don't need that.
Yeah, everybody is galvanized for +4.
So, good luck, guys.
All right.
I will pass it off to... Who do I want to pass it off to? Who would be... Really?
Okay, so Haka's in the turn order. Like I said, when she goes, it will tick off one of her timers. She's going to say her piece, but her patience is waning thin. 3 turns, it's over, and she'll start attacking at least.
Okay.
But if she starts attacking, it doesn't indicate the end of the scene. It's only if she is still attacking by the time we hit all red, like by the time the scene timer runs out. So even if she starts attacking, you're okay.
I think in my head it's like Unity or Wraith who would be the best person to try and explain this situation.
I mean, I can try to see if I can figure out if there's anyone similar to Tempest that we know of, or anything that any kind of an identity, that type of thing. Try to detect.
Yeah, talk amongst yourselves. You guys can talk and plan amongst yourselves, please.
Do we know of Tempest's people that actually turn to evil?
Yes, you do. There's one in particular who is evil. His name is Leviathan. And his lore I'm not as up to date on, but he was a Meridian who went bad. He used his powers for evil. He used his abilities for evil. But if one of you would like to basically take your turn to do an overcome action, not to explain this to her, but to maybe figure out where she's coming from, and then parlay that to the rest of the party, I'd allow that. That would be definitely a mental aspect, though. So that would be like intuition or deduction. That would be maybe something the Wraith would be good at, is kind of figuring that out.
Do you want the turn next then, Wraith?
Yeah, I can do that.
All right.
Awesome. I'll pass it off to Wraith then.
All right, so Wraith, this is an overcome action. You've got a +4 to this. Go ahead and give me, for the overcome action, either deduction or intuition. Actually, I'm gonna say in your instance, intuition.
Intuition. Yeah, you mean investigation?
Or deduction. I'm sorry, I thought you had both of those. Deduction. It was, you pick if intuition or deduction, whichever one, but you only have deduction. So yeah, deduction, and investigation. Yeah.
Sure. And I can use the utility bonus for this.
I'm gonna say not this one, because this is more all in your head.
Got you. All right, I use galvanize.
Yes, you still get that +4. So
Yeah. That's why the +2 on top, you know.
Jiminy Christmas. Which is good because that's a +8, and if you wanted to attach one of your hero points to make it a success without a minor twist, you can.
Yes, I will use one of the +1s.
Yep. Okay, so that makes it a grand total of 9, which makes it a success without any kind of twists. You are starting to get the impression, the way she's talking, that she is from another universe, another timeline where she is Haka. Haka is a female, and if she's from another timeline, that means that it is very possible in her timeline, Tempest was a villain. He's not here, but in her timeline, he might be. You've seen that before. You've talked to people where that's happened, where they explain, yes, in my timeline, Baron Blade was actually a good guy and Legacy was the bad guy, or that kind of thing does happen. And if she's from another timeline, it's very possible that that is the case.
Right. Yeah, guys, looks like we might be dealing with another alternate universe situation here.
Of course we are.
Yep, that's always fun.
Now we have to convince her that, hey, he's a good guy this time.
All this heinous stuff he did, it didn't happen here.
So with that, I'm going to ask, who are you going to hand it off to?
It was who's left?
Haka, Absolute Zero, Unity, Bunker, or the Environment.
Let's go with Bunker.
Okay, Bunker, you're up.
All right. Well, he's going against the grain, and he's actually going to get out of his suit to respectfully talk to her face to face and try to explain the situation.
Okay. I like it. Go ahead and put yourself into default mode, or I almost said pantsless mode.
While he does like tall women, I don't think she's going to appreciate that.
Yeah. So out of suit. Put yourself into out of suit mode if you aren't already.
Right.
I mean, he likes tall women. Maya's the same height as he is.
Actually, an inch shorter.
Okay, practically the same size he is.
Yeah.
But yeah, so as you climb out of the suit to explain that, she looks at you, and there's a moment where that might have actually helped in your case. Go ahead though and give me the overcome action. What is the argument here? What are you presenting?
He was saying how.
Well, let me put it this way. The first step in this is to get her to actually listen to what you're saying. So, give me the argument for why she should listen to you at all.
All right, howdy. I'm Bunker. You probably met my counter, my different self in your timeline, but this is a different timeline, so there might be some differences with how we look. This is why I climbed out the suit, so you can see. And I think this is the case right here because over here, he's a good guy in this timeline. And we do have a bad guy that's that's the same as his race, but we call him Leviathan. And I think that this might be a case of mistaken identity since you are currently in our timeline. And this is one of the reasons why I came out the suit, because if I explained this out of the suit, then you probably wouldn't believe me and put myself in harm's way for a lie, which honestly, it's not a lie. This is the truth.
She is paying attention. Go ahead and give me that overcome roll to see if you can get her to basically listen to you guys at all.
All right, I'm going to go with intuition.
Because it's the only thing you can.
Yep, and veteran. Cause self-discipline. Let's see my. I'm going to burn my +2s.
Okay. Plus, you also have the +4 from Legacy's Galvanize.
Okay.
So don't forget about that. Before you start burning stuff, I don't want you to burn something that won't actually help you.
Oh, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. The +2 and the +4.
Oh, and what's the total with that?
12.
All right. I mean, that is an overwhelming success. So she pauses and listens to what you're saying. All right, you are right. I would be remiss if I did not listen completely. Although you do look different from your counterpart, you look more like, and she kind of squints. Although you look very much like, shit. Oh crap! I forgot his name. Basically, your villain. She says you look like your nemesis, and I cannot believe I forgot his name. He's one of my favorites. I'm blanking, but I'll get that in a second. She's like, but I will listen to you because you would not be here with Legacy otherwise. I think. So yeah, complete success. Her next turn, her little ping that she normally would have applied, she will not apply this round because you did such a great job. Who would you like to hand it off to?
I will hand it off to who's left?
Haka, Absolute Zero, Unity, or the Environment.
I hand it off to Absolute Zero.
Fright Train. That's what it was. Took me a second.
Freight train.
Fright Train.
Oh, Fright Train.
Yeah, she said, you look very much like Fright Train, but I'll allow it. But yeah, so, except smaller. You are much smaller than he is. So very small.
He's like small, like 5'8".
You know, Fright Train in this reality is a huge guy. I believe he's like 7 feet tall, and he's like muscles out to here. He's immense. So who you had to get off to?
Absolute Zero.
All right, Absolute Zero, you're up. What would you like to do? Mind you, the environment is still an active participant, and it can still put things into active positions. Like, it can still stir up trouble, just so you're aware.
Hello, ma'am. You may or may not know me, where you're from. I may or may not be a man in a suit, a woman, a hero, a villain. We've been with this fella right here, and he claps Tempest on the shoulder. Often enough times. He's fine. We've never known him to do anything horrendous or tyrannical.
Okay, yeah, give me that overcome action. This is to convince them that none of you guys are a villain. So she's still not. If you get this, she's still not quite on the fence with him being not a villain. But you guys, she'll trust you guys a little bit.
Does Galvanize apply? I forget what it applies to.
Overcome. Yeah, this is an overcome, so it does apply.
Okay. Intuition, banter.
like he's like, I gave you a +4. You damn well are going to use it.
Yes.
6 + 4 is a 10.
All right, that is also a success. Not a super success, but a success. And she looks at all of you. You can see that she still really wants a fight. But that aggression is starting to go away, and the desire for a fight is more like, I kind of want to have a fight because I like fighting. But she's not immediately aggressive. So yeah, that's 2. You got 1 more to go. One more.
Who's left in turn order?
That would be Unity
Environment,
and
I'm sure.
and Haka. Unity, Environment, and Haka.
Let's give it to the environment first. That leaves Unity to go before Haka.
Okay, so with that, as this conversation is going on, normally it's actually going very well. You guys are doing a phenomenal job. Legacy.
Yes.
Remember when I said that you had a sick feeling in your stomach about that obelisk because it's a Baron Blade made, and that means that it's got to have something else for it?
Yeah.
The panels open up, the cannons come out,
Here we
and it starts shooting. It starts blasting. Laser fire just goes everywhere, all around. Everybody is a target. Give me a second here, and it is going to roll for damage. What I will say is that Are you in the yellow legacy?
No.
Oh, okay.
Seen status screen in my current. I'm only down like 4 health.
Yeah, I was like, oh, this technically is a surprise attack.
Yep.
I'll still give it to you. It's not going to do anything for you, but there's that split second right before it happens. You're like, oh crap. But yeah, let's see how much damage this deals. Okay, everybody takes 4 points of damage as this laser fire just immediately erupts. And as that goes off, a number of other smaller obelisk sort of shapes kind of come around the area, sort of locking you down in this not net, but almost like a net of laser fire, just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, all over the place. All of them are aimed in such a way, though, that they're not shooting each other. They're just not giving you any real position to move or to do anything effectively. So on top of the damage that you just took, all of you are hindered with a -2 as long as this laser fire continues. Or as long as you're within range of this laser kind of network of firing bolts. And with that, the environment is going to pass it off to Haka, who is not happy. It doesn't undo your super success, so she still doesn't check that mark off, or she still doesn't get closer to losing her patience. But she is distracted and angry. Actually, you know what? I take that back. Unity, I'll let you go first because that was the plan. I'll let Unity go first. Go ahead, Unity.
Okay.
Laser fire everywhere.
Unity is going to use her principle of the gearhead to try and remotely shut down the obelisk turrets.
Good idea. That is an overcome action. Go ahead and give me the roll. Use the max die -2 because of the lasers.
I get the bonus from...
That's a +4. So it's a total of +4 to everything that you do this time.
using your max die.
So that is an 11. That is a success. You describe for me how you're doing this. Describe for me how you're actually deactivating this.
Unity pulls out her iPad or her her generic computer tablet. Uses a little hotspot device to pick up the local Wi-Fi and remotely shut down the obelisk turrets by overriding their signals.
Okay. There's a moment when you do that and you kind of think back to Tachyon, Dr. Stinson, and how like she obviously being a speedster, her thing would have been to go around and bust them up individually, and you kind of have this moment where you're like, yeah, but I did it all at the same time at the same rate she would have done. Like there's that little smug moment. But yeah, so there's this pulse that goes out. It sends to all of the turrets, all of the signal turrets. Each one of them, like the fire just they are disabled.
Unity flips her ponytail over her shoulder.
So that makes it Haka's turn, and as that
everyone gains a hero point.
Oh yeah, everybody gets a hero point. If you're not at max yet, I think you're at 4 total now.
I think 4, yeah.
Yep. So it's Haka's turn. Haka looking like the whole thing that happened very quick. Like she was ready to go, and the moment, like right before the turrets shut down, she just turns and slams a fist right through the big one right in the center. Here's the problem. It did overcome and it shut down the turrets. But now the beacon that kept away all of the dinos is also gone. That's not your fault, Unity. That's Haka's fault. So it is Haka's turn. And Haka is going to go ahead and hand it over to... Gonna hand that over to the environment because I don't want to make this too easy on you guys. Yeah, okay. So right as she's turning around, the signal drops, she turns, you all hear a heavy stamping sound, and almost as if it was waiting for this to drop, a huge Triceratops charges right towards Haka. She turns and manages to grab onto the horns just in time, or like the kind of like horn frill that they have around them just in time. It kind of skids to a halt, but it also like pushes her back, and you can see that fire in her belly is starting to grow for a fight. Now she's got one. Yes, there's a charging Triceratops now in your midst, and it is a lieutenant rank, so it's actually a D8, or I'm sorry, D10 lieutenant. It's a big boy. And it will go on the environment's turn. That was the environment's turn. It is now absolute 0. You're up.
We have an obelisk and we have a triceratops.
Well, the obelisks are gone. Unity managed to deactivate it. The problem is that because it's deactivated now, the protection that it offered in keeping the dinosaurs away is now gone as well. Because
And we still need at least...
Yeah.
What do we need?
We still need at least one more overcome action to convince her as well.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go for that.
Yeah, the Tempest is not a villain.
Right. Tempest has not at this point visibly assaulted any dinosaurs or anything like that.
No,
right?
no. You know that Tempest, your Tempest, is a diplomat at heart. Like that is where his interests lie. He really prefers to not be violent if he doesn't have to be.
Okay. Right. This might be a bad time to point this out, but
she's wrestling a Triceratops. Yes, like she actually says that over her shoulder.
Our friend's not hurt any of these creatures. He's a talker. He's a lover. He ain't a fighter. Happily help you with that Triceratops if you'll give him a chance to hear him out.
Go ahead and give me that overcome action.
Is Galvanize gone?
Galvanize is not gone yet. I'm not a complete monster.
Okay. Well, we'll do the Galvanize. We'll do Intuition and Banter again, if necessary. I don't remember if you have to declare this beforehand, but I'll use a +3 on this.
You can add it after the roll.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then yeah, in that case, let's go ahead and roll that. Yeah, don't need it. 8 + 4 is a 12.
Yep. All right. So another unparalleled success. As that happens, and as you explain that to her, she looks over at Tempest, who, like, there's electricity charging in his hands. He looks like he's preparing to fight, but his attention is on the Triceratops. She sees that. She hears what you're saying, and with that, she goes, "Ha!" And she repositions her grip on its actual horns, lifts, and suplexes this thing behind her. That drops its die size by 1, so it's now a D8. It's still an active participant, and it's still fighting, but her part in this is now ended, like, as far as convincing her. So congratulations on that. She looks over. She's like, "You're right. Look at the look in his eyes. He may be a soft fish person, but he is not evil." And Tempest kind of looks to the rest of you and he's like, "The hell did I do?" Like, soft?
Smile and nod. Smile and nod.
Bunker just shrugs, like, just take it. It's a win.
I don't think I look that soft, do I? And he actually like starts like pinching his own arm just to kind of make sure he doesn't look as soft as she made him sound. But yeah, so the Triceratops is still active, but the actual initial concern is gone. So we're gonna finish up that fight before we continue on. That was you, Absolute Zero. Who are you handing it off to?
Who's left?
Everybody.
Everybody. Oh, lovely. Does Tempest get a turn?
Tempest does not. He's still recovering.
Okay. You know what? I like this concept. Let's let the big man, one of the big men, wrestle this thing to the ground. Let's give it to Legacy.
Okay, Legacy, you're up. Time to punch more dinosaurs. Although your Galvanize is gone.
Yeah, Galvanize is gone, which is fine. But you know what? I'm really good at punching things. So I'm gonna punch something with a big old fuck.
Mm-hmm.
So strength, close combat. We're currently in the yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. 6 plus 3 is 9.
All right. Just a second here. 6 plus 3 is 9. Okay, that's enough. Let's crack it in the jaw. Give me a moment here.
Well, considering the position, she's got it by the head, so punching it in the head is not that viable. So I think what he would do is he would kind of like jump himself up into the air and then come down with like a flying elbow drop onto its back.
Okay. Well, in this case, she flipped it over, so it's actually on its back, and she's let go, but it's prone. Basically, it is lying there prone as a Triceratops can be. So you're still going for the gut as opposed to the back.
Yeah,
but yeah,
same thing.
So it's, and how much damage was that?
9.
Yeah, give me a second here. We're gonna roll. Because that was substantial. All right. Yep, he's down by another point. He is at a D6 now. Good job.
All right. So if we need to just fight this thing, nah. Let's do something fun. I'm gonna give it to. Is it part of the environment or is it its own active participant?
It is part of the environment, but the environment has already gone this turn.
Okay. So it can't do anything.
Yes, it cannot do anything this turn.
Okay, so it's just everybody else on the team that gets to go next.
Yep.
So in that case, let's give it to Bunker.
All right, Bunker, you're up.
All right, so it's going to take him time to actually get back in the suit. He's just going to grab one of his laser pistols and shoot at it.
Well, the riot cannon is its own weapon, so it's detachable, quote unquote. It's detachable.
All right, well he'll do that then. Detach it.
All right, go ahead and give me that riot cannon roll from where you're at in your out of suit mode.
Oh wait, are we still under penalty or no? The laser fire.
Oh no, you are not under penalty from the laser fire.
Okay, right, it's gone.
Yeah, 6. That's pretty decent. Give me a second here. It needs to roll a 6 or better to not drop a level. It did not, so it is now at a D4 as this Triceratops. All right, and who are you handing it off to?
I will hand off to Unity.
Unity, you're up.
Okay. So the only issue right now is the dinosaur.
Yep.
Okay. Unity will brainstorm.
All right.
Attacking using electricity. Okay, hit one target using the minimum dice, 1. Another target with the mid dice, 4. And boost with the 7.
All right, so the boost with the 7 is going to be at +2. And 4 points to the Triceratops.
Yeah.
All right, it's got to roll a 4 or better to survive. It does not. As you taser the Triceratops, its body goes still. Before there's really a chance to celebrate, however, give me a second. Haka actually shouts out like a victory Haka, but before there's time to actually even finish, the trees explode and begin to move. And these are not with vegetation like you fought the first time. These appear to be almost as if the trees have taken on an anthropomorphized form themselves.
Oh, we're fighting the Silvari.
So this is a new scene. The scene has been reset back to green. If you are, I don't think anybody is in a scene yellow at this point. Out of the trees emerge just a group of mangrove trees that seem to have come to life. Their massive roots pulling themselves across the ground like a series of tendriling sort of snakes, almost like an octopus, as its roots pull themselves towards you. In addition, there are what appear to be K-Pop spirits. Give me just a moment here. I'm going to make sure I'm pronouncing that right.
K-pop spirits?
K-Pop. K-A-P-O-K.
BTS.
These are a K-Pop is a gigantic tree of the tropical forest canopy and a emergent layer common throughout the tropics. So it's big. These things are huge, and as they come out, these things are about 15 feet tall, and 2 of them immediately head towards the group. Tempest seems to have recovered enough. He goes to engage one by himself. Haka with again another roaring declaration of combat and a laugh goes to take the other one. You all are left to deal with the mangrove spirits, and that's what they are. Mangrove spirits and this K-Pop tree spirit. Unity, you were the last person to go. It is your turn to hand it off to who you'd like to, I believe. In addition, Unity, you feel something when these things emerge. The void shard on your person fluctuates and feels like it's humming. And with that in your mind, you feel a pull. Not necessarily like a pull to obey or to do anything like that, but almost like a pull, like a magnetic pull to go in a direction. Who would you like to hand it off to? The mangrove spirits and the K-Pop tree are their own individual units. Beyond that, everything has been reset.
I'll hand it off to Legacy.
All right, Legacy, you're up.
Okay. So we're back to scene status green.
Yep.
But I'm in yellow status health, so I still have access to all my yellow stuff,
Yep.
right? All right. Well, that means that I can do something. So, but before I do that, I look over at Unity and I say, "Are these the Stan Luna I've heard so much about?"
Beats me.
Ah. Well, I guess I'll just go beat them then. Flying Smash. Multiple targets using flight.
All right.
Flight, close combat, yellow die, mutation. So that is everything is taking 6 damage.
6 damage. All right. So, let's start with the mangroves because there's 5 of the mangrove spirits. Hold on a moment, because I got to roll for all of them. I believe, yeah, they're D10. So they actually may not take damage for once. Issue 3. No, buddy. I'm sorry. All right, 1. That one makes it, so he does not lose any health. That one makes it, so he doesn't lose any health. That one does not, so it's down to a D8. That one makes it. That one does not, so he's down to a D8 as well. Perfect, very good. And for the Kapik, really hope I'm pronouncing that properly. He also makes it. So yes, a couple of them took some damage, but not a whole lot of them. It's not as effective. I mean, you're punching trees basically, so it is a difficult sort of thing to do. Who would you like to hand it off to?
Well, you know, I know what happens when trees freeze. So let's pass it off to Absolute Zero.
Okay, absolutely. You're up.
Well, here's the problem. I'm in green. We can fix that pretty quickly. What do we have target-wise?
You've got 5 mangrove spirits and 1 Kapok spirit.
The mangroves are smaller. Did I understand that right?
Only in terms of size. Health-wise, they are also D10s.
Okay. Well, just going for thematics here. There's more of the small ones. Let's pick off one of those with a quick freezer burn.
Okay.
Cold, ranged combat. D8 for green.
There are 2 D8s and 3 D10s. Are you going to focus on one of the D8s or one of the D10s?
One of the D8s.
Okay.
So there's the freezer burn. I'm going to pop a +3 for this.
Okay.
That makes the 6 into a 9.
Mm-hmm.
And I take 1 point of damage.
Which is enough to destroy one of the D8s. As the ice kind of crisps over top of it, the roots begin to crack and split apart. The tree itself kind of splits, and when it does tear apart, you actually see almost like a spirit evicted from this, or evacuate from this tree, and go up into the air and disappear amongst the foliage.
Mm-hmm.
Who'd you like to hand it off to?
Scene is still green, is that right?
Yes, scene is still green.
Has Haka gone?
Haka is no longer in it because Haka is focusing on their own Kapik tree.
Okay. That's right, yeah. Let's go for the bunker if he hasn't gone.
Okay. Nope, Bunker has not gone. Bunker, you're up.
I think he's going to blast at the K-pop trees.
All right.
He's still out of suit mode, so he's just going to use his riot cannon to shoot at one of them.
Okay.
Many of them. Yeah.
All right. So that's 4. There's no active bonuses, correct?
No.
Okay. So yeah, that's 4. Shooting one of the D10s or the D8.
The D8.
Okay, the D8. All right. It rolled a 4, so it does make it save. It is not going to drop in any health in this case. Who would you like to hand it off to? There's the environment, Wraith, and then the remaining mangrove spirits and the Kepik spirit.
Oh. Just get out the way, the environment.
Okay. So as this fight is going down, it seems to have attracted some attention, unwanted attention. With a cry, another pack of Utah raptors emerge from the undergrowth and decide to move in to take part in the fun. It's another 5 of them. Second here. They're all D8s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. D8, D8, D8. All right. And they are splitting up and making their way over to you guys. The first one is going right for you, Bunker, because now the clam is out of its shell and the clam is looking kind of tasty. So,
Fuck.
that is 2 plus 4, so 6 points of damage, unless you'd like to defend.
I would like to defend.
Okay, so that will be with a minor twist, but that is a give me the defense roll. You got like I said, you got 6 points of incoming damage.
I guess intuition.
Yeah, intuition, just gut instinct telling you to duck.
Can I get away with veteran instead of close combat?
I'd allow that, yeah. Hell, I'd allow self-discipline. They're both the same, but I'd allow self-discipline on that point too. But yeah, go for it. Okay, that is a 5. That's actually pretty decent. So you only take 1 point of damage. Not the worst thing in the world, but it still hurts. You know, you just got bit by a raptor.
Yeah.
That's that one's turn. The next one is going for you, Legacy. Thankfully, they're rolling low so far. So that's 5 points to you, Legacy.
Reduced by 2, so 1, 3. I'm not gonna defend.
Okay. So
That's right now.
That'd be 3 points total damage to you.
Yes.
All right. The next one is going for you, Absolute 0. 2, so 6 points.
6 points of damage?
Yep.
Yeah, let's take the minor twist to reduce that.
Okay, give me that
What
defend
am I
roll.
defending with here?
You are defending with whatever you'd like to defend with.
Cold, cool under pressure. That is a 5.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and tap one of my +1s to make that a 6.
All right, so completely negates the damage. Good on you. Minor twist though, because I'm going to compound all the minor twists unless you guys have ideas.
I'm okay with that.
All right. Anybody else want to have an idea, or do you want to? Like I said, I'm gonna compound minor twists.
I can't.
We're in
think
the
of nothing.
jungle. Don't wreck
Yeah.
my super suit.
Oh my god.
Okay. All right. So here's the minor twist. We're gonna wait until we've gone with the Raptor's turn before we kind of clarify. Next, This one's going to attack you, Wraith. That'll be 7 points of damage, unless you would like to defend. Again, for a minor twist.
Well, I have smoke bombs as a reaction.
Oh yeah, go for it.
And can I use the bonus on that? Here.
Utility belt bonus, yes, you can.
Yeah. Okay. So. And it would just be single gadgets die. Okay.
Yeah. In this case, it's the single gadget. Oh, okay. Smoke bombs. Oh, the single gadget. So
yeah, single gadget.
So just click on gadget and then roll the dice at the top where powers is.
Oh, at the top.
Yeah.
Okay.
3 plus 2, so that's 5. That's -5 plus defend against that damage by rolling your single. Okay, so yeah, -5. So that's a total of 7 minus 5 is 2. So 2 points of damage instead of 5. That's a really good roll.
Yep.
All right, and the last one is going for you, Unity. With 5 points of damage.
I will defend.
All right, go ahead and give me that roll. Uh, 5 points of damage minus 4 with a minor twist. That makes it 1 point. You take 1 point of damage. All right, so as these guys are coming in and tearing up the ground and the turf, you are all forced onto the back foot. And that drives you all to kind of have to reevaluate, reposition yourselves a little bit. You find yourselves repositioning. You're kind of losing control of the momentum, and that pushes you out of this clearing into a nearby clearing, which was just on the other side of that tree line. As you come stumbling out, one of you, I'll let you guys decide, kind of trips and falls and realizes that you have stumbled into a field made of pure obsidian. Obsidian is very sharp, and as long as you are in this scene, in this fight at this point, the obsidian fields adds +2 to all attack rolls, and it creates a... Oh, there's Tipples. Hey, buddy. Make sure I've got this right. Yep. Ground is dangerously sharp. Until the environment's next turn, boost all attacks by the dice rolled on the environment table, by the mid die, and hinder all overcome actions with the min die. So let's see how that goes. Environment, roll. So all attack actions are boosted by 2, and all overcome actions are with a -1 because of the obsidian field. There we go. Okay, next. That was the environment's turn. The environment is going to hand it off to the mangrove spirits. The mangrove spirits don't seem capable of attacking, but they do seem to be able to use those roots of theirs to hold down people, and that is exactly what they're going to do. Legacy, you're the first target. They're going to attempt to hinder you. Wow, okay. You are hindered with a -3. We're going to call that rooted. The next one that they're going to attempt to hinder is going to be you, Absolute Zero. Also call that rooted. That's a -2 to you. The third one is going to be going to you, Wraith, with a -2 as well. Again, call it rooted. And then for the last one, for rooted, that one is going to go to Unity, -2. So all of you are tangled up in these mangrove roots that are kind of holding your legs, pinching you in place, not allowing you to effectively move. Which means that now that the Capex Spirit is up, it is going to take its turn, and it is going to make an attack. And that's exactly what it's going to do. It's going to go for you, Legacy, 5 points of damage. You can't defend, unless or did you defend last time?
No.
Okay, so if you wanted to, you could defend. Remember, this is 5 plus 2 because of the obsidian field, so it's going to be 7 points of damage total.
Yeah. Well, I negate the 2 from Yellow Zone Fortitude.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be 5. Yeah, I'm gonna eat the damage.
Okay, that's 5 points of damage as this Capex Spirit charges into you, knocks you into the ground. You go skidding across this obsidian, and it doesn't do a whole lot of damage to you, but you still realize just how dangerous the territory you're in is. Of course, you can use that to your advantage too. You deal +2 damage to things now as well with attacks. Everybody does, which makes it now Wraith's turn.
Okay. So the rooted is -2 to all rolls, right?
The first roll that you make. It's not persistent, so it's just whatever your next roll is, there's going to be a -2 hinder.
Sorry, who's up next?
It's Wraith's turn right now.
Okay.
Then I'm going to go ahead and use Unleash.
All right.
So I attack using throwing knives, use the mid-die to attack 1 extra target for each bonus, and apply a different bonus to each attack.
Mm-hmm. So the -2 will go to one of those attacks.
Okay.
Your choice.
Throwing knives. Do ranged combat. And then the -2. So which applies first then? The
Okay.
the +2s? Yeah, sorry, a little confused.
No, you're fine. You're fine. So let me see here. You did Unleash, mid-die to 1 attack, 1 extra target for each bonus you have. So you have 2 bonuses, so that means you get 3 attacks total. Apply a different bonus to each attack. So the first attack, whichever one you're going to use, rooted will apply to.
Okay.
But the +2 from the obsidian field applies to all of them.
Okay. And can I use the hero point reward, the +3?
Yeah,
Let's
yeah,
roll.
if you want to. Absolutely. That's why it's
Yeah.
there.
Definitely. So, yeah.
All right, so it's 2 -2 for the first target, +2, so that's 2 damage, and then you're using how much from the hero reward? That was 3?
Yeah.
Okay, so 5 points. What are you targeting with the first attack? There's the big Capic tree, and then there are, let me just double check on the mangrove spirits. There are 4 mangrove spirits left. One of them is a D8, the rest are D10.
First one, go just with one of the mangroves.
Okay.
The D8 ones.
Okay. It does not make it save, so it drops down to a D6. Very good. The
And
second
then
attack,
the
where's that one
rest-
going?
Let's go for another mangrove.
Okay.
D8.
D8. Well, because there's only the one D8, but in this case,
Ah.
that would be 2 + 2 + 2, so that's 6 total. You can get rid of Rooted now, by the way. That guy made his. So he's fine. And then you get one more target. Would you like to do a different mangrove, or would you like to do the Capic tree?
I'll do the Capic tree.
Okay. He does not make a save, so he drops down to a D8. Excellent work. So that was a substantial harvesting. Good job. Who would you like to pass it off to?
Who's left?
We've got everybody.
Okay.
You were the top of the round.
Legacy.
All right, Legacy, you're up.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
real quick before you do that, Unity, that pool has shifted almost as if a compass arrow has shifted because you changed positions, but it is still pulling in that same direction. Continue, Legacy. You're up.
Okay. So I am posing this question to everybody else because I could do one of two things. I can continue the AoE rotation and try to burn as many targets down as possible, or I can throw up a galvanize. What would you guys prefer? Because I'm kind of on the fence.
How many editor? How many enemies are on the field?
At this,
Count wise,
Like 11, I think.
hold on.
Galvanize is probably gonna get us the most mileage.
Installa Primalis. Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minions. So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You got 10 targets. All of them are at a D8, or between a D6 and a D10. You have a +2 to the attack, Legacy.
Yeah. So if I hit everything, I'm hitting at +2, but I can also attempt to galvanize. So if you think you guys can hit in an area, because I'm definitely in yellow status, and if you guys can hit multiple targets, all the better.
Here's the thing. Also, the rooted, because there's the -3 from the rooted, which cancels out the augmentation.
Mm-hmm.
Here's, as a friendly piece of advice, here's what I would say. Remember, if you hit a minion and you deal enough damage that it's above their assigned dice, it kills them instantly. So if you roll and hit something with 8 points or more, with more than 8 points, it cannot make a save. It just kills a minion instantly. Lieutenants hang around. Minions can be instant, or can be one-shotted.
Yeah.
And
But I also know Bunker's got a grenade launcher.
Bunker's
And
in
I'm-
his suit right now.
yeah.
Oh shit.
And you have not used your back issue yet, have you?
No, I used it earlier.
Okay, so yeah, you're right. Do you want to try to focus everybody, or do you want to try to take out as many as you can in one go?
Do you guys want galvanized, or do you want me to try and just punch a bunch of people?
I'm impartial.
I say go angry Superman. Let's go.
Fuck shit up.
Yeah.
All right. So my next question then, if I use Flying Smash, does Rooted only apply to the first target?
Only the first target.
Okay. Then I'm going to be a little tactical on this. Flying Smash, Augmented, Rooted. I'm going to make
No, I apologize. It's all of them. Because if you were using separate dice for different attacks, it would be on one of those dice. But because you're only using one dice result for all of them, it will apply to all of them. But the Rooted cancels out the augmentation. So you're rolling with nothing. There's no bonuses, no hinders. Whatever you roll is what you're going to do.
Right. Well... all right, sure. At least this gets rid of the Rooted.
Yeah. It's D8s across the board.
One.
Oh.
It had to be a 1, because that's my luck with this character.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't be laughing. Yes, none of them.
I have to laugh, otherwise I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, sadly, none of them take any kind of substantial damage with that. But the Rooted is gone at least.
All right.
Who do you want to hand it off to?
Let's hand it to Bunker. Let's at least try to get him in his suit.
Okay, Bunker, you're up.
All right. Well, he's gonna try to get in his suit.
Okay.
All right, then I'll switch mode.
Now you are yellow, so you can
Yeah.
switch into any of those modes that you'd like. It doesn't just have to be operations mode or the default mode. You can go into any of those modes.
Even turret mode?
Yeah, I mean, you climb in and it shifts into turret mode. It's still your turn, but that's how this works. And if it's not, I'm not going to enforce that because that would be really, really stupid.
You know what? I'll go into turret mode.
All right. So that... Well, I mean, turret mode is in yellow, like the ones that are available to you. That's. I apologize. I apologize. So yeah, recharge or tactical. You can go into recharge or tactical mode. Tactical mode blocks attacks and defenses, and recharge blocks attack and hinder. But that's up to you. So just be aware that it might block the ability to attack if you're moving to attack something.
No, he's gonna go into defensive diagnostic
Okay.
for recharge mode.
Plating.
Oh, nothing's attacking him yet.
Yeah, nothing's attacked him yet. Like your turn is switching into recharge mode. That was your turn. So you're done.
Yeah, that's it.
Who are you handing it off to?
Who's left?
The environment, absolute zero, unity, mangrove spirits, and the Capic spirit.
I'll give it to 0.
All right, 0, you're up. I will be right back. Give me like 2 seconds.
Oh.
All right, I'm back. Go ahead.
Okay. Rooted, no galvanize, and a ton of minions still. Is that right?
Yes.
Is there any one of them that are smaller dice size than the other?
Let me check on the... Not really. They're all about D8 to D6s. Or I'm sorry, let me double check your mangrove spirits. There is one D6 mangrove. Everything else is a D8 to a D10.
Okay. Let's target the D6 mangrove.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna go for freezer burn.
Mm-hmm.
Cold ranged combat. I am tapping the remaining +1 that I have from previous issues. Hero point, or not hero points, but allotted points.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a +1 on this. Rooted does kick in on this. So that is a 10 minus 2, 8 plus 1 is 9.
Okay. Well, that's one mangrove down.
I take 2 points of damage, which is exactly what tips me over into yellow. That kicks off modular realignment. So I boost using my single cold die.
Excellent.
That is a 6, which is what, a +2?
Yes, that is a +2.
All right.
Good job.
And while I hate to leave Unity in the loop here, we do need to make sure that the enemies go before the end of the turn. Let's do the mangrove spirits.
Okay, mangrove spirits. They seem to be only capable of hindering, so that might be a good thing, might be a bad thing, depending on your perspective. But they are going to do just that and move to hinder folks again. So... Bunker, you're target number 1 with a -2, rooted -2. Absolute 0. That is also a -2 for you. Rooted -2. Last one is going to go to Wraith with another rooted -2. They're going to hand off to the Capic Spirit, who is going to attack you. Absolute 0 for 5 points of damage.
Let's defend against that.
Also, Unity, do not forget you have a bot that damages when they hinder something.
No, it didn't last between scenes.
Oh! It was a...
Yeah, my minions don't last between scenes.
Oh, that's right. Never mind then. Listen, I'm going to let you have this one because I forgot that rule. Going forward, we'll work with that, but that was my fault. So go ahead and give yourself that minion back. I believe it was a D8.
That is a 1 on my
Okay, you
defense.
take 1 point of damage and a minor twist. Do you have an idea for minor twist? Because I do have one involving your suit.
Let's go with the suit one. I want to see what you got in mind.
You are taking damage, and your suit is in a very hot climate, and it has been for a while now. The consistent damage that it's been taking is letting heat in, and it is starting to hurt you personally. Again,
Right, because I have to be at an absolute 0 temperature, otherwise it's pain.
yes, and it is a lot of pain. So in this case, you're going to take 2 irreducible points of damage on top of what you did with the defense.
Okay. That brings me to 19.
That is that one, and they're going to hand that off to the environment. The environment is going to go ahead and have the raptors attack. So Wraith, we got one that's targeting you for 4 points of damage. Your reaction is back, so if you wanted to use smoke bombs again, you can. just disappeared into that smoke. Not a thing. Not a sound. The next one is actually going to... You know what? I'm going to be merciful here, and I'm going to have 2 of them attack you, because that 7 is really good. Both of them miss. They both try to double pounce on you, and you just disappear into the smoke. Next one is going for you, Legacy, with a 2.
I reduce that damage to... Wait, no, it would be 2.
Yeah.
So, hold on. Then, because the 6...
Yep.
Would that be an 8 then?
Oh, the 6 wasn't for you. That was the second one attacking Wraith.
I know, but doesn't that bypass the 7?
Hold on a second. 6, it bypasses...
Plus
You're right, it does bypass the 7 because of the +2. So, Wraith, you take...
One point of damage?
1 point of damage. 1 point of damage. Okay. Oh, shoot! No, we didn't add the obsidian to your flyby, did we, Legacy?
Oh, that's right. It was an attack. It should have gotten boosted.
It would have been 3.
That still means something. They could roll under a 3. They can't roll under a 1, but they can roll under a 3. I'm gonna go ahead and roll those real quick. That might change this. We're going to keep the damage that's been dealt this round so far, but I'm going to roll for everything. That might change a couple of things. Okay, so give me just a second here. These are damage rolls for them. I apologize. That was my mistake. Dead. Still alive. Still alive. Still alive. Still alive. Tree Spirit. Capic needs to roll above a... Drops a level. That is now a D6. Dead. Still alive. Still alive. Yeah, that changes things a little bit, guys. I apologize for the mishap there. You're all still doing okay-ish, though, I think? Yeah? Nobody's dead yet? Nobody's dead yet?
I'm alive. Whether or not I'm living with these dice rolls is another matter.
That leaves 2 more of the raptors to attack. That one is going for you, Bunker. So that's 8 plus 2 is 10. If you'd like to defend, you can.
I am going to defend. I believe I can use my defensive diagnostic.
No, it's a reaction. That would be a reaction.
Oh, okay. I just use my regular defense then.
Yeah, regular defense. So go ahead and give me the defense roll.
Armor plating? Does that still count?
Armor plating is added into this. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I'm in the yellow. That's 2. Power suit and
You could use vitality for this.
Okay, I'll use vitality and I guess either veteran or close combat.
Veteran or close. I would say close combat for this one. You're going to do close combat.
Okay.
Don't forget to add in the Magna Rail and the Rooted as well when you make this roll. All right, so that's 3 plus 3 minus 2, so that's a plus 1. So that's 4 points of damage, minus another 2 because you're in the yellow at this point. So, or plus 2, I guess we could say, to your defense roll. So that's 5, 6. So you take 2 points of damage total.
Okay. Wait, is the rooted persistent? I forgot.
No, it is not persistent.
Okay.
So it is gone now. You should not see it on your sheet anymore. And the last one is going to move to attack you, Unity, for 5 points of damage, unless you would like to defend.
7.
I'll defend.
Or 7, I'm sorry, yes, 7. So give me that defense roll. Minus 2, so that's a no. Unless you want to apply your plus 2 bonus as well.
Sure.
Okay, so they cancel each other out. They are both gone. Give me just a second. We're going to delete those. So you take 1 point of damage. Or I'm sorry, 4 points of damage. You take 4 points of damage there. All right. And in addition to that, you, as part of the twist, we're actually going to go ahead and say that I'm actually strapped for ideas on this one. We're in the green. Yeah, I'm strapped for ideas. So what we're going to do is we're going to say that you give yourself a hinder at a -1. A -1 hinder, as effectively you are too distracted by flying velociraptors at you to really keep yourself focused on what you're doing. All right. There was a little bit of a mix-up there, but we're all set. Unity, it is your turn.
What did I do last round?
Well, you got your robot back. What did you do last round?
The last thing I remember doing was punching out the Triceratops.
That's odd. I hope we didn't skip you. If we did, I apologize. Go ahead and give yourself the, do what you're going to do. Now. Whatever you're taking for this action now. And we'll make amends.
I will brainstorm attack the Utah Raptors.
Okay. Oh! Don't forget, that thing is pulling in a direction. The Void Shard on your person is pulling you in a direction, and it is becoming insistent.
Yes, but we're a bit swamped at the moment.
I'm just letting you know. Don't forget. Brainstorm. So that's a 5 and a 2, or a 4 and a 2 plus 2, so that's 6. 6 and 4. 6 and 4 damage. Right? Yeah, 6 and 4. Where do you want that to go?
Are any of the Utah Raptors low?
No.
Then I'll just hit 2 different Raptors.
Okay, well, I'll start with 1. 6 for the first one. It is defeated. The second one needs to roll below a 4. Also rolls below a 4, and that is 2 Raptors down in one go. You boosted yourself, correct?
Yes, and the 6 gives me +2.
Yes, that is a +2. Perfect. All right. Who do you want to hand it off to? But before you do, I'm going to go ahead and say I'm not going to give you a second action to make up for the last one, but I'm going to give you this for free. You really, really, really feel like you should be following the pool of this Void Shard. Like, it is vital.
Okay, I will disengage from battle and start heading in the direction the shard's pulling me.
Okay. You all see Unity take off, which, again, she looks like she has a purpose. She's definitely not fleeing combat, but she looks like she has a purpose. Are you going to say anything to anybody?
She'll let them know that the shard is acting weird and seems to be drawn towards something.
Okay. So it is now your turn to decide who goes next. Everybody, including yourself, is available. We are now in the yellow.
Let my minion do something.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
They're gonna go after one of the trees.
Okay. Ooh, all right. So 5 points of damage to one of the trees, plus a hinder of -2. So it's going to have -2 on its roll to stay alive. And it does not. It is destroyed. Good job. That was a substantial amount of clearing.
Yay!
All right. So now it's your turn to decide who goes next, yourself included.
I will pass to Wraith.
All right, Wraith, you're up.
All right. I will do Unleash again.
All right, go ahead and unleash.
Nice. Just gonna put these bonuses and penalties on just so I can remember it.
All right, so we're at 2 + 2 + 5 is 5. What is the first target that you're applying? That the -2 is going to go to that one.
How many of the was anything at a D4 right now?
Nothing is at a D4. You've got one Cape. The Cape Spirit is at a D6. You've got one Mangrove, which is still at a D10. And then all of the remaining Raptors, there's only 2 of them. They're both at D8s.
I'll do the -2 at one of the Raptors,
Okay.
and then the other 2 +2s will be one at the Capec and then one at the Mangrove.
Okay,
or
so
a D10 Mangrove.
it's the mid die, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be 6 -2 puts it at 4. +2 +2 makes that 4, so that would be 8 altogether for the minion. He is gone. There is now 1 Raptor remaining. The next throw, which is the 6, plus just 1 of the +2s, which is the utility belt. That one is going to the Capec, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. which makes it now +2. That would be an 8, so it does not make it save. It drops down to a D4. The Capic is almost gone. Good job. The Obsidian Field does not count as an actual bonus, so that was only the 1 extra attack. So that was it for your Unleash. You're good. Who's next?
Who's left?
Everybody except Unity.
Including
So-
Unity.
Oh yeah,
Legacy.
including Unity. I
Yeah.
apologize. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Legacy.
Legacy, you're up.
Okay, we really need like a combat tracker or something.
I mean, I have one in front of me. The problem is that again, there's a lot of people here, and I can't show it to you. I can only display the scene, not the initiative.
I could try to flying smash again.
At this point, there's only 1, 2, 3 targets left. One of them is at a D4, one of them is at a D10, and one of them is at a D8.
No, I feel like I gotta kill something to feel useful right now. So I'm gonna just get myself up close with whatever that D10 is, and I'm gonna hit it with Lock.
Okay?
That's strength, attack with strength using the max die.
Yep, that would be the mangrove tree.
Cool.
So that is 11 points of
11.
damage. That is enough to kill it in one shot.
Okay.
I feel
I
better.
feel a little bit better.
All right, who are you handing it off to?
Who's next? Or who is left?
There's the-
It's
Absolute Zero, Bunker, Unity. There are no more mangrove spirits. I'm going to delete them off the tracker here.
Cool.
There's still the Kapuk spirit and the environment as well.
let's give it to Absolute Zero because I'm actually a little worried about his current situation.
Okay.
I mean, I'm fine. I've been waiting for people to decide they want everything hindered. How many enemies on the board?
I think it's just 2.
There's just 2 left.
Oh, well then we're fine. Which one has smaller dice size, or are they the same?
The Kapuk
Yeah,
is
but
at
you're
a
like dying or something.
Kapuk is at a D4. Here's the thing: is that the Kapuk's die size can't go anywhere because it's a lieutenant. You have to deal damage. It has to roll still at this point to go away. Otherwise, it'll keep hanging around. The minion you can one shot though if you roll above an 8,
Yeah, let's do that.
or if you deal more than 8 damage.
Freezer burn, please.
All right.
That is a 9, and I heal 3.
You heal 5.
Oh, that's right, because of the extra.
Yep.
Wait, why do I heal? My heal is based on my min.
Yeah.
I thought the boost from the obsidian applies to the attack itself.
Oh, you're right. Attack. Not damage, just attacks.
Yeah.
You're right. So yeah, +3, still nice. So that's 9 to which one?
9 to the minion that I could have one shot.
Yep, which you did. It is dead. Good job. Give me a moment. And that is the last of the raptors. Okay. Things are becoming more manageable. Who do you want to hand it off to, Absolute Zero?
Unity?
Okay.
You still need to go? Okay.
Unity, as you go charging through the forest, you feel as if things are watching you. A lot of things. And they do not feel friendly. You can almost feel the entirety of the jungle sort of area drawing in a breath as if it is about to unleash itself. Now, your powers have always been kind of an enigma to people. Nobody's ever really been able to kind of pin down where they came from. But maybe it's your powers, maybe it's your own just intuition. But the void shard in your pack starts to vibrate and chime, almost as if somebody has struck it. And it is, as you get up into this clearing, we're actually going to switch the view here for a moment. You find yourself in a clearing that almost feels like you are in the eye of a storm. It is very peaceful here. And when that peace kind of settles over you, the sliver in your pack is trying to actually pull away from you entirely. Like, you can feel it jerking away, trying to break free and get out of the case that it's in.
Unity will pull the container out.
Okay. Like open it or just hold it?
Just hold it.
Okay. It is actively, it feels like it's trying to drive itself through the bottom of the container into the ground.
Unity will wait for the others to catch up before she does anything drastic.
Okay. How about your bot?
With no enemies around, he's probably in standby mode.
Okay. So he did not stay with the rest of the party then?
No, he followed.
Okay. So that leaves the environment, bunker, or the K-Pop spirit.
K-Pop spirit.
Okay. It is at a D4. It's going to make an attempt to attack as it swings its shattered, unraveling limb around and tries to hammer into you. D4 against... We're going to go against bunker. So that's a 3 minus 2 for your inherent defenses. So it would be 1 point of damage at this point. Oh, wait. Plus 2. So 3 points of damage.
I'll take it.
Okay, so you take 3 points of damage as this tree's like massive limb just crashes right into you. Your suit stays put, but it still rocks everything. It is going to hand that off to the environment. So, Unity, as you're standing there waiting for the rest of the party, and do you communicate this to them?
Yeah, she's sending little short bursts of over the comms about what's happening.
Okay. You might want to add an addendum to that, because as you're standing there, a number of spirits from the trees burst forth and surround you. They are looking hostile, although they don't attack this turn. Among them appears to be what looks like a group of spirits made out of jasmine plants. They are big, they are bushy, and they look very angry. In addition to that, you see in the direction that you came from a number of palm trees kind of lining themselves up, and their branches are bending in such a way that it looks like their palm, or their like the coconuts in their palms, are going to be launched at you, almost catapulted towards you. You are surrounded at this point, but that is all that they are doing. There are no more minions from the environment, so Bunker, it is your turn.
Alright, he's going to do satellite recall, destroy his bonus, and go back into attack mode.
Okay. You still have the ability to move and get up to where Unity is, or at least close. There will be a phalanx of palm tree ranged attackers between you and her, but you are able to get to that area if you'd like.
Yeah, he'll do that because he felt the others can handle the rest.
Okay.
Because he is a little worried about you just running off.
All right. It is the top of the round. It is your turn to hand it off to who you would like. Who would you like to hand it off to?
I will hand it off to Legacy.
Legacy, you're up.
I'll be right back.
Well, there's only like one thing left here to fight. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But Unity's on our own.
And
I
surrounded.
don't like that. Yeah. Around. I guess, because I've got flight as a power, I can get there and then help, yeah?
Yeah. You do not have to, you are not hindered by scene change stuff, so you can get over there.
Okay. Well, I will let everybody know that I'm gonna go assist Unity. See that there's a bunch of stuff about to attack her. And we'll go in, we're gonna try it again. Fly and smash. Because there's a lot of things here, and I just want to see if I can hit enough things hard enough.
All right, go ahead. I don't believe you have anything that is hindering you at this point, so
No.
yeah, let's see it.
But I'm pretty sure I'm out of the obsidian field, so I don't get the +2 to everything.
Yes, you are not in the obsidian field anymore.
Cool.
That's
5!
a 5.
That's not bad for a min die. Okay, I'll take... Well, wait, no, it's 8 because of the augmentation.
Yep, that is 8 points of damage to a lot of things all at once. So give me just a second here.
I did things!
All right, so Palm Spirits. They are D8s, so they have got to roll an 8 to stay around. That one stays. That one does not. That one does not. That one does not. And that one does not. So you come flying up, ripping right through a bunch of these palm trees, all in one go, just smashing through them. The one that you missed had a very close call where he just like twisted out of the way just in time, like bent in just such a way that you missed, but the rest of them just bit it. As you turn around and slam into these jasmine spirits, they are D6s, so they're going to have a harder time of this. That one doesn't make it. That one did not make it.
Well, they're still taking 8 damage, yeah?
Yes, they are. That one didn't make... Oh, you're right. There's an even point to roll it. You just decimate them. All of them. Shred them. One after the other.
Mai Tais for everyone.
Okay. I feel better.
Unity, do you want to tell him what's going on?
Sure. So, Shard led me here. It wants to go into the ground. And then all these nature spirits popped up, but they didn't attack me.
Well, they looked like they were going to attack. So I'm not going to feel bad about what I just did. Do whatever you're gonna do. I will do my best to protect you.
Alright.
I will let you let it out this right now if you want.
Okay, Unity will open up the container and let out the Void Shard.
Okay? As you open the container, everybody that is not at the fight, the only thing that's left standing is the Capic tree and the two that are being distracted and dealt with by the other two heroes. The moment that the shard is out, it shivers and then drives itself into the earth. As it does, there's a moment of complete silence, and then whoom, as energy pulses through the entire area. The Capic tree stops. All of them. The spirits within immediately leave. There is silence. Not even the distant rumble of the volcano can be heard. And then when sound comes back, give me just a second. We're gonna do this. Legacy and Unity, you see this. Out of the trees around you, spirits begin to drift, but they lack the aggressiveness that they had moments ago. All of them kind of circle you and speak with one voice. You have done us a service. A service. This place is to be the nexus of the void. Destroyed, the last one was. Destroyed, but now it is restored. Restored. It can begin to be restored. The shard will act as the center focus for this power. The void is his anchor. The virtuoso may call on us now to help with the tree. The tree, his power, and the tree. With a low kind of exhalation, they disappear back into the forest.
It sounded like it was a good. And he'll look over at Unity. That's a good, right?
I mean, it
It's going
sounded
to help
like
us.
a good thing.
Virtuoso of the Void is the official title for the Argent Adapt. That is
Yeah.
who he is. So I'm just clarifying for folks that may not
Yeah,
remember.
that was the assumption.
Yeah.
But it's like it
Yeah.
sounds like they're trying to help.
Yeah. You get the impression that was a confirmation that they will help. We're gonna do a panel skip as you guys presumably return to the rest of the group. Haka, sweating and very much happy with how that went down. It was the most excellent fight. And as she talks, she walks over to Tempest, who during the combat you guys noticed they were kind of exchanging and helping each other. She claps her huge hand on his shoulder, his very injured shoulder, and he winces. Everything that you said about him is true. A fine hero, and I am glad to work alongside of him. Thank you. Is everyone all right?
Believe so. I think the situation with the Void Shard is going to assist our friend the Argent Adapt when things escalate. Not entirely sure how they will help, but
As you're talking, you have made your way back to where the posts that had been planted there by Baron Blade are. And Legacy, you see this. Everyone sees this. But it might be a relief to you, Legacy. The posts, destroyed as they were or shut down, begin to dissolve. Just disappear into the ether. And as you return to the Freedom Jet, more and more you see the signs of technology that was here. Little things, disabled cameras, outpost signs, all of them are vanishing, just dissolving. Any kind of mechanism, any kind of mechanical anything is just disappearing. Anything man-made. Thankfully, the Freedom Jet is not one of those things.
I was about to say, what about my damn suit?
No, your suit is fine. It feels more like things that were built into the environs are disappearing.
Ah.
So, anything else you guys want to do while you're here in Insula Primalis?
Actually, that kind of brings me to a question I
Mhm.
should have asked last week. How persistent is that talkative voice in his suit now?
Oh, it's gone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was just the void. That was
Okay.
a result of the void.
Oh, I thought something might happen because the void's coming here now. So it was like, hey, it's back.
No. This is the Nexus. If what they said is true, the Nexus of the Void was the material gateway for the power of the Void. Some of you have been to the original Nexus of the Void. The original Nexus was exactly that. It was an isolated area where the magic shifted the landscape into incredible things. It was not quite as dangerous as the Void itself, but it still had its dangers. It was incredibly beautiful, but it was also very dangerous. So with that, on the Freedom Jet, Haka is...
Oh,
Oh,
are we leaving?
I mean, unless you have something
I
else
was
you want
waiting
to
for
do.
people to. Yeah, I'm gonna be collecting plants and doing a nature walk and eggs if I find any. Tachyon wanted shit. Absolute Zero is bringing them back.
I'm sorry, eggs?
If there are any, otherwise it's just plant collection.
Yeah, there's
Samples.
there are eggs. I don't know if you want to take eggs. Again, you've already referenced Shmarastic Mark once.
Right.
Dude, just because you can doesn't mean you should.
In absolute fairness, we did kill a lot of raptors, so there's
If I
probably a
take
few
only
eggs.
one, problematic incidents drop drastically.
It only
I'll take
takes one
one
termite
egg.
to ruin a house. Just remember that.
All right, so I'll let you take one. You've earned this one, I guess. You take one egg with you along with a bunch of plant samples, and as you make your way back to the Freedom Jet, the Haka is very much happy to describe all of her adventures and all of the things she's done, all of the experiences she had. But underneath all of that, Tempest does just kind of interject and say, again, I thank you for your assistance. I really appreciate it. To be honest with you, I wish I could go and help Argent Adapt. But he kind of gives like almost a bashful kind of smile. I am part of the United Nations now, a representative for the Meridian people, of all things. This is a shock. Meridians have made it a point that they do not want to be involved with global politics at all up until this point. So him being a representative of the United Nations is actually huge.
This is a surprise. I'm not about to question your judgment. Certainly unexpected. Definitely good job in any of your ventures. Although, I will say that it is entirely possible that if things get worse, your assistance with protecting this planet might supersede your duties with the United Nations.
Well, it's not just... it's not simply diplomatic. I am head of their new UN, the new UN-backed team. Global. That would be geocentric limited operations for the benefit of advanced life forms.
Is that a new thing, or...
Oh, it is new. Yeah, that's like none of you have heard of that before.
Okay. So not even Politician Wife would have mentioned something like that.
No. This is probably something that, because she's a senator. She's not involved in the UN kind of stuff. So this sounds very new. Our headquarters is actually in orbit, if you can believe it.
Easily, but I will reiterate that if things do continue to get worse, I hope we can count on you to provide at least a little bit of support.
Of course.
After all, if things continue to spiral out of control, it won't just be limited to one area. The United Nations will have to pay attention, because it will more than likely spread. We definitely do not want another OblivAeon Crisis on our hands.
Well, I don't think we'll ever see something quite like that again. I hear what you're saying, Legacy, my friend, but I'm afraid that if you insist on that, then there is something I insist you do for me in exchange. And he's got a very serious look on his face when he says this.
I'm willing to hear whatever your proposal is.
The next time you have a barbecue, I would like to be invited, please. And
Absolutely.
he's got a little smile there, a little mischievous smile on his face. He has been invited to barbecues. By the way, everybody, Legacy's barbecues are the stuff of legends. He is an amazing barbecue chef, or a grill chef. But
Legacy is going to pull out a little notebook. Do you have any dietary requirements?
oh no, you know mine. He prefers seafood. But yeah, so with that, that brings this chapter to a close. But you guys still have to decide two things as players. One, how to spend your hero points, and two, what the next adventure is going to be, either to Siberia or to Egypt.
So we only got 4 hero points, I believe.
Yeah,
This session.
I
Does
know.
that mean we could only get up to +4?
Yes.
Okay.
I have to admit, I was scared too, but there was a lot of combat. It didn't have a lot of chances for skill-based or like overcoming sort of scenarios. But while we do that, thank you everybody who was listening in. I very much appreciate it, and you all have a wonderful evening. Until then, thank you so much. It means the world for those of you who are listening. Have a lovely evening.